At this point, it is 5 p.m. Respecting your time, I recognize we've got a couple people who are not here. For those of you who don't know me, I am Andre Cushing. I represent the 2nd district, which is Southern Penobscot County, 19 communities around Bangor. I also chair the 3-person commission. Commissioner Marshall and Commissioner Tremble are with us, as is Treasurer Moore. At this point, I will call the Budget Committee meeting for 2025 on November 18th to order. I would ask our new interim manager, who I'll introduce in a moment, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice.
I want to thank the Budget Committee members. There is a 15-person Budget Committee for Penobscot County. Each commissioner has 5 representatives from their district. One of those is an elected legislative member. The other 4 are comprised of municipal elected officials, 2 of which are chosen by a caucus every 2 years. The other 2 are chosen by a commission member of that district and appointed. In the event that there is a vacancy, the commissioner is to replace that person until the next election if they are one of the elected positions. We did have a few changes this year due to various reasons. We are grateful for those of you who have agreed to step up and serve in that role. I will ask you in just a moment to introduce yourselves. The first item of business is a little housekeeping. Number 1, the restrooms are down on the 1st floor. There is one just outside the HR director to the right of the staircase. There is the second one by the probate court to the left. There is, of course, some food here, which we welcome you to participate in. We would just ask that if you're going to get it, we have a camera. We are broadcasting the meeting, and we would ask you to move around the back of the horseshoe when you're coming and going. For the training I've talked about, the only other thing is I will open at this point for any public comments. Typically, we do not have public comments at the budget meeting, but due to the nature of this budget and the strong participation, I would allow people up to 3 minutes if they wish to speak on an item not on the budget agenda. Brenda, do we, to your knowledge, have anyone online that may wish to speak? I do see a gentleman. I'll get you. I just want to logistically check.
I don't currently see one, but if you want to check in, it'll be after that.
Certainly. Sir, if you'd be kind enough to introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes to share your comment.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Lugden, and I'm the councilor on the town of Bradley Town Council. I just wanted to make an opening statement here, just saying that we can't be as well versed in the budget as what you have in constructing it. So all we have is what we see in the media and what we see in the county postings for the budget itself. So recognize that I'm not as savvy on this thing as you are, but from what I have understood so far, we are talking here tonight about a budget that is approximately 20% higher as a result of some funding that was spent down to take care of excess expenditure. So that's a stark number when you start thinking about a small town like the town of Bradley. We're talking about 1,550 people thereabouts. And for them to absorb a 20% increase in the county tax budget line is an unconscionable thought for us. So that's why I'm here tonight. I think we need to do better than that. We need to come up with a better plan. We need to recover those reserves that were spent down in a longer period of time, and perhaps not do it in one chunk, so that there is a stark shock for our residents. Our budgets, the county budgets, are passed to the towns. The towns add them to their own municipal budgets, those go out to the voters for approval or disapproval. And my question tonight would be to someone, at the end of this process, what are we going to do if we proceed with this 20% increase? And towns out there start rejecting the municipal budgets because of the county tax burden. So I'll just leave those thoughts with you, and I'm glad to be here tonight. Thank you for your participation.
Appreciate your attending tonight. Others that wish to speak. Carolyn.
Good evening, I'm Karen Purcell, the finance director for the city of Brewer. And I would like to echo that gentleman's statements and the sentiment that it presents. I would like to tell the commission that I appreciate the fact that you presented a balanced budget here tonight for the first time in many years. But I would like to also point out for folks that may not understand the county budget, because it is a very complicated document. It's taken me literally, I've worked for the city of Brewer for 25 years. It's taken me a long time to sort of feel like I get my arms around it just a little bit, and I still know that there's lots of intricacies in it. But the budget in front of you tonight doesn't do anything to rebuild the reserves. All it does is it will hopefully keep fund balance from going more negative. The county currently has a negative fund balance of about $4.5 million, give or take. Any negative fund balance is very bad. You want to have your fund balance be positive so that you can handle any unexpected, unanticipated situations. So they're already in a very stark, dire financial position as it is. This budget is balanced, which is good, but unfortunately, it's balanced on the back of all of the taxpayers in the communities. What I would have liked to have seen in the budget would have been some acknowledgement of the efforts that the county is making to control its costs, to reduce expenditures. Aside from perhaps the little summary about the commissioners agreeing to a lower stipend, which I think is great. A nice gesture, show of goodwill, and good faith effort towards controlling the costs. I would like to see that expand across all the departments. In my mind, the county needs to be implementing some pretty severe austerity measures, beginning to try to get their finances in control, to balance their very large revenue gap, or revenue deficit, as we would call it, on the backs of the taxpayers. I think it's not fair. There should be shared pain. And we would like to see and hear about the ways in which the county is decreasing expenses, what its plans are. There are a number of lines that have increases shown for various reasons, sort of like comments about ways that it's going to increase efficiency. We would like to hear some specifics about what those efficiencies are that you anticipate. What do you expect in terms of the future staffing levels that you might be able to control with this new technology and enhance productivity? That's sort of more or less up to that.
Appreciate your comments. Others in the audience that might wish to speak. Concerns they may have or interest they may have. I will again ask if we have anyone online that you've been able to identify.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Final ask. At this point, we will close public comment. I will use some discretion, but generally, this is for the budget committee and the commissioners to discuss the items that they have been presented with for the proposed budget for this year. Before we begin, there are a few remarks. I would call on our county treasurer, Glenn Moore, to make his comments. Yep. I'll come back and give you a roll call so that we can verify who's here. I know I have a couple of other folks who are in the group, so I want to present it.
All right, I'm Glenn Moore, and I'm your elected county treasurer. And before we begin discussing the 2026 county budget, I'd like to share a concern over the situation in Washington County. I would remind the public that the county treasurer does not have any statutory responsibility in the development and approval of the budget, and nor do I speak on behalf of any of the county commissions. As a Bangor businessman and a community volunteer with over 30 years of experience in the finance area, I regularly share these three concepts about financial health with several nonprofit boards where I serve as the treasurer. The budget is not the checkbook. Fund balance does not equal cash on hand. And an underfunded budget equals borrowed cash. Your budget recommendations here tonight will have an impact on my responsibilities to the residents of Penobscot County under the main statutes that govern my duties. Two of those responsibilities are the oversight of cash deposits and the payment of expenses incurred by those having authority to spend county funds. In my opinion, the county is at a tipping point. Where the current cash available may not meet the demands of an underfunded budget going forward. Therefore, as you discuss and make those difficult choices that will affect the financial health of Penobscot County, please keep in mind that we can no longer kick the can down the road. Anything less than a fully funded budget for 2026. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Glenn. Couple more housekeeping details. If some of you do not have a copy of the budget that is proposed for this year, our staff has made copies. They're on the table here. You are welcome to pick one of those copies up so you can follow through. Make sure it is here. Yeah, in the beginning, our administrator has very ably in the past prepared a summary of the changes, which will allow you to understand some of the significant adjustments or changes that were made for the 2026 county budget. They are numbered on the left side, and that number indicates the department. For those of you who are on the budget committee, when you see a number, it should correspond to the tab in your book. I will give folks a chance to pick that up, and at this point, I will call the roll. Why don't we start left side of the table here, and then we'll move through the commissioners. Mr. Ewan, if you would like to introduce yourself and what district or community you represent here.
I'm I'm a select board member of the town of Hudson.
Which is in District 2. And this is your first budget meeting, so thank you for being with us. Representative O'Halloran.
Hi, I'm Daniel Halloran, I'm representing District 20 and also council member of the city.
Thank you, and that is District 1. You are in the legislative. No, legislative district, I mean, county commissioner District 1.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. No, that's fine. You are representing. Couple, so. Councilor Ross.
Hi, I'm Sue Ross, and I'm the chair of the Bank of Council.
Great. And again, District 1.
District 1.
Councilor, newly elected Councilor Blue.
Hi, I'm Susan Balloon, Bangor City Council. And
Terrific. Representative Foster.
Steve Foster, representative, House Representative District 32, which includes town Dexter, Gowan, Charleston, Stratton. Proud to be.
Great. Councilor Haney.
Sheldon Hamilton, Councilor of Lincoln. I was in the House of C for 6 years. District 2.
No, actually District 3.
District 3. Okay, we're going north there. We still playing.
Brenda Kennedy Waste like a person for health.
Again,
Ellen Campbell, Bolton Town Council, been on that board for several years.
District 1.
Thank you.
Yes. Councilor Chance.
Matt LaChance, Town of Hamden, Council Chair, District 2.
Thank you. Councilor Warren.
Jen Warren, Mayor Brewer, I'm District 1.
You are. And a very familiar face at this table, but in a different
Yes.
role tonight.
Neither everyone. Scott Head is very engaged Penobscot County citizen at this point, I guess, would be my best description, my best role.
Scott may see a few questions coming his way tonight. He is our recently departed administrator. We are grateful for what he has done for us in many years. He has served Penobscot County. And we are happy for our friends in Kennebec, even though it has perhaps left us in a little bit of a quandary moving forward. We do want to take a moment to buy it, if you kind of up here.
Uh-oh.
So we are aware that you have a great heart for Penobscot County, and we know that in your new fancy office down there in Kennebec, that you'll have room hopefully to.
Which doesn't have any pictures yet, by the way.
Oh,
Oh, that's really awesome.
we have each signed this with our best wishes to you, and I would like to thank you for working with you.
Thank you, sir.
You, for those who do not know, Scott was at one point our finance director, left on a journey of discovery and finally moved back here a couple of years ago and helped us to stabilize a few things that needed his attention. And now he is serving in an area that is very capable and enjoys serving in the finance role. So with that, happy memories. I know it's not a San Francisco where you kind of go for, but
A couple of stickers like fix
would
that.
our colleagues come up and perhaps somebody would take a photo so we could,
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it's a picture of a county building, our county building, not his new county.
Thanks, sir.
great.
Oh, there she is.
Come get it.
Okay, you guys look intelligent. It's right there.
And if you'd like to do it while you're here, do you have any comments you would like to share at this point?
No. Move around along. I have no speed.
We will proceed. There is a new face in the room which we're delighted to present. Gary Lamb, retired town manager who served many communities very faithfully, has agreed to a contract as our interim administrator here. We welcome you. Thank you for that. And if you'd like to say a few words and share some of your background, that would be.
I will be exceedingly brief since everybody would like to be home by 10. I'm a recovering retired city manager. Most recently served in Hallowell, before that 8 years in Waterboro, York County, and then Greenville before that. And a variety of other code and planning projects before that for the last 25 years, so. I'm happy to give it a 50-hour week job, but I'm also happy to be here trying to be folks for the next several months. That.
Thank you again. So, some of you are veterans of this process, so you understand how we have operated in presenting the budget in the past. Some of you are new, so I will do a quick primer here. There are actually 3 budgets that the county has to consider. The first one is the unorganized territory budget. That is prepared by our administrator, George Buswell, and his assistant. It covers 44 townships. 40 even. 40. Okay. You'll get the full Monty here as it presents, but in addition to that, we have the full county budget that handles staffing and operation, and then there is the jail budget. Some of you are familiar with the process by which state of Maine determined that they could run jails better than counties. Until they decided they couldn't and gave them back to us. But there is a funding mechanism related to that, a cap on jail funding that does tie into why we have the challenge in Penobscot County with a jail deficit. So there is a portion of funds that have been used for $20 to cover the operational expenses of the jail. So on the jail budget, there is an account payable to the county that is approximately $3.4 million that has accrued over the last few years. Part of that was related to policy decisions made by the commission. Part of that was a hope that we would continue to see the supplemental monies that the state recognized in the past that they needed to provide for the appropriate funding of jails. Currently, the state has 14 jails and one county that has a 72-hour hold. That is Waldo County. So the 14 jails are because Saginaw and Lincoln has a jail. No, Sheriff's shaking his head. Correct me, Sheriff.
15 county. On the general jail.
Okay, but Waldo is a 72-hour hold. Not yet? Okay. I stand corrected. There are 15 jails that accumulate approximately $130 million in operational costs every year. The state provides $20.4 million to the counties to divide on a formula based on population in those counties. Inmate population. Because the state operates on a fiscal year starting July 1st. And about half of your counties operate on a calendar year, January 1st budget. There are at times some objective numbers that have to be used to determine what the jail funding is. That and the fact that the state has not provided supplemental funding for at least the last 5 years has created some of these gaps that counties are facing now when it comes to jail funding. We'll delve into that a little bit further. I also serve the role as president of the Maine County Commissioners, and I can tell you that we are perhaps on the lead end of the challenges that other jails are facing in the coming future. So it is incumbent on us to continue to educate our elected officials in Augusta to the challenges that counties are facing in operating jails, where we are basically the emergency room for arrestees. We don't know how many people are coming every day. We don't know what condition they are in when they enter our facility. And inmates are the only individuals in this country, to my knowledge, that are guaranteed health care. So we absorb that through the county budget, because once they have been with us for a while, they lose any main care coverage. So our sheriffs have been very diligent in trying to deal with the effects of that, but as the sheriff will share with you tonight, there is a significant medical cost to counties to take care of those people when they're in our care. And we don't know when they're leaving either. We're not like the nursing homes that the state runs at the prison, where they know how long somebody's gonna be there. We've gotten them straightened out for the most part before they get them. And it's a little different dynamic to the people that are in their care. So without further ado, I'll just mention there was on the table a copy of the unorganized budget. The jail budget will be handled as we have the discussions here tonight, and that leads me to the agenda, which looks a little different for some of you who have been here before. Historically, we have gone through each and every department individually. We sense that there are some key issues that need more attention tonight and more discussion. So the way the budget is set up is to allow the budget committee, your duly elected and appointed representatives, to determine the depth of discussion that they would like to have next with the budget. We have set the agenda up in the following manner. There is the order of business, which is review of key departments, those that are highlighted, which will include the UT, the HR department, PRCC, and the sheriff's responsibility for patrol and civil. The numbers following that are the departments. So if you look at your budget documents, your books have tabs. Those of you with the printed copy can look for the department number. They should be in, I believe, you're in numerical order in the packet. So while we will perhaps bounce around as we talk about these departments, you can follow by using that number system. Following that discussion of these issues, we will then bring up the county jail or call on the sheriff and some of his staff that are here to assist with explaining details on that. So he'll get 2 bites at the apple. We have organized the other areas of the county budget in a consent agenda. Some of you are familiar with the consent agenda, they understand that. The way we will approach the consent agenda is any of the budget committee or commissioners can request an item to be withdrawn from the consent agenda. We will then have a presentation and discussion on that issue. I will then ask if there are further items on the consent agenda that the budget committee wishes to hear. It's a little different format, and we want to give you the opportunity to have a hearing on any departments that you so desire. But there are some things in here that are really more, I guess you could say, procedural when it comes to the retirement system, labor negotiations, wage adjustments. We are happy to take the time to review those if you wish to remove them from the consent agenda. When we reach a point where the budget committee sees nothing else on the consent agenda that they wish to report on, we will vote on the remaining consent agenda. Are there any questions on that format? I will ask the budget committee if that is an acceptable agenda for tonight's meeting. I would entertain a motion and we'll take a vote on it.
Make a motion to move.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion on the format of this year's agenda? If you have concerns, please feel free to. Yes,
Commissioner Cushing, my only concern is that there's, I mean, for myself, you know, we've gone through and identified questions in certain areas, so to just ask clarification, your consent calendar is going to be revenues that's -049. If anybody has questions, we're going to pull that.
that is correct. Yep. And this is by no means to gloss over anything. You're welcome to pull any item that you wish further information or discussion on. If we have to pull everything, that's fine. But we have found that it becomes somewhat mind-numbing to go through some of these budget items that do not change or are required to be in there. So this is not an attempt to in any way gloss over anything, but to provide the budget committee a different manner in which to address the issues that are of concern to you.
Just a point of information, I think people not comfortable with the consent agenda, it doesn't mean each item needs to discussion, you could have individual votes without having discussion.
My intent would be, since we have this subcategorized, to do it by the subcategory. So for example, we have the public services area, the facilities area, the admin area. If you turn your agenda over, there are additional items on the back. Public safety, miscellaneous operations, outside agencies and donations. And then we get to the final portion, which we would take up here, which is the budget committee recommendations on expenditures, revenues, any other business that may need to come before the budget committee, and then closing them up. Representative Foster.
Yes, this is. We need. I know that this is not a thing to also do these items, however, would it be certain to have this ahead of time so that. When through the notes or anything, we would know which items we might want to discuss them. So will we have a few moments before we get there to look over those categories?
Yes.
And make sure.
Following the initial presentations that are highlighted here, I will take a short break and allow you the opportunity to engage either with other members of the budget committee or if there are members of the public that wish to ask you, but it will be members of the budget committee or the commissioners who will ask us about the things for further debate, if that is acceptable to the body.
Right.
So Mary Ann, did you get the motion in the second for that? Representative, Councilor Hamilton made a motion. Representative Todd seconded that motion. Is there further discussion?
I'd like to ask a few more questions.
Certainly.
If you could, in the future moving forward, would it be possible to absolutely get this in advance so that we could have some time ahead of time? Would it also be possible to get the binder in a more advanced notice, 1 week?
I believe, Counselor, what the commission is looking at is a more active interactions with the budget committee and other key people who administrate town. We'll talk about that later in the agenda, but that is something we're committed to. As some of you know, we started meeting this year with town administrators. We had a meeting with the help of Mrs. Doan, which I believe many of you who are administrators we have met on a regular basis. We invited them in meeting this spring. And then we had a second meeting in September to advise them of some of the significant challenges in this budget. I will say that in my opinion, it's probably a little later than we should have started this process, but we can't address what didn't happen in past years. We have to address where we're going forward. And I appreciate all of you who have been through this process. I did it for many years as a legislator before I became a commissioner. And it is a pretty significant task to ask you to review and take up in less than 2 weeks' time. So I think, my goal as chair, as long as I have the support of the commissioners, is continue to expand on our transparency and our interaction with our municipal partners. Administrator Atkins during his time instituted a newsletter which went out regularly to town administrators. I am hopeful that some of them shared that with their council members. The objective of that was to share more of what the county does, because many people know when you talk to the elected officials, they go, "Oh, you're a county commissioner. Good. What do you guys do? What is county government do?" Like county government in Maine, not as robust as it is in other parts of the country. And we are seeking those partnerships seriously. We've been working with our friends at MMA through the Maine County Commissioners this year to find ways to work on more of the issues that we have mutual interest in. Some of you are aware of the work that we have done in Penobscot County, where we now have a fire EMS district in the Holland area. We supported that effort and contracted with a gentleman who has been very helpful and very effective at designing that district and helping them bring it into fruition. He is now meeting with 3 other regions of the county, one in northern Maine, the Millinocket, eastern Millinocket Medway area. Secondly, the Corinth area has been meeting with some other surrounding communities. And Levant and several communities around them have been looking at not exactly the same model as Howland, because that's unique. That's 10 towns and 10 townships, but they are starting the discussions that I think we all recognize are critical for our ability to deliver the services and the work. So we look forward and we look to many of you who are in the room that are town administrators, finance directors, and others to be part of this discussion. There are also a small group that we appointed last year to help us develop a strategic plan that will look forward several years rather than just budget year to budget year. Other comments, questions?
Thoughts, Commissioner Biddy, on who may be carrying that, who's going to be making sure that comes to fruition?
Yeah, I think as we get through this budget process by the first of the year, we've had some feedback from town administrators who had an interest in being involved. The way the budget committee is established now, we would need a statutory change to replace or add people to that. So we have to explore that. If you happen to know anyone who's a legislator that might help us out with that, we'd be happy to talk to them. Somebody that might have state and local government.
Oh, I might know.
Yeah, I want to get to the budget, but just to answer that. But it's mandated that the budget committee meet once in a year. I think we can get this meeting together more often during the year to talk about these issues. And we can meet more often. Yeah. I'd like to see the budget committee. More regular.
But we've had a couple other individuals from the budget committee join us. The distinguished gentleman from Old Town, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sorry, to leave it, it's 5:30%, but it's my, it's not legislative time, so. I live there, while you, Old Town and State Road.
And you would represent District 3 on the budget committee.
Yeah, I have two others I'd like to, Mike Mishu, who's newly appointed from the 3rd district, is on his way here. The conflict he's stirring the whole thing does get stopped, Deputy Sheriff. And then also Chris Bagley, who's our council member, Daisy is unable to attend. But we do have in his stead, he's not able to sit and join you because he's not an elected member. But he's sitting up in the back. Mark Leonard is sitting in, so he's taking in the interest of, as far as Daisy is concerned, and I'll be consulting with him in the course of this meeting to give his read on this. It won't be official, but it should be absolutely considered.
I just realized, Councilor Amboris, you are, I believe, the designee or Sherman replacing Mr. Berry tonight. So if you'd like to join us up here at the table, we'd be delighted to have you join us.
Chair? If you could, for Mary Ann's benefit, since we don't have our name tags. Whoever makes motions and seconds, if they could state their name so she can take proper notes, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. I do have that on my list of to-dos. At this point, I would like to invite the UT director to come forward and present his budget, but we still have motions on the floor. So is there any further discussion relating to the agenda for consent meeting?
Would you restate the motion?
The motion is approval of the budget as presented for tonight's budget committee.
Agenda.
I'm sorry, the agenda. The agenda.
That's like that.
Maybe I'll go. So that is the motion that I believe Representative Foster and Councilor Hannington intended to be replaced. Further discussion? If not, I will call for a vote of the budget committee. All those in favor of this agenda?
Reluctantly.
Thank you. Are there any opposed? We have one opposed.
No.
No, you're.
No, I haven't had it.
Oh, okay. Right. So we will move forward with the agenda accordingly, and I've given George a heads up that he's on deck, ready to swing his big bat. Thank you for being here, George. Thank everybody for volunteering at time tonight. The reason the UT Government Territory agenda is usually first in one of these budget meetings is because the unorganized territory taxpayers pay their own way. What we spend in the UT does not come out of organized towns, county tax. And there's a lot of misinformation out there that I've gone to a lot of town meetings to negotiate. Without a organized town partnerships, we wouldn't have fire and ambulance, we wouldn't have a lot of services. So we need our neighbors to be our partners for our UT residents. So we have many contracts with many towns. Some of you are here have contracts with us. So when I go to those meetings, I sometimes hear, well, how can the county commissioners pay for all of this in the UT? What's the UT people pay? So we have to explain to them that the UT also pays county taxes. This year, the UT is going to pay $831,000 county taxes. So with that said, my Department 14 budget, which you'll see in front of you, is our UT budget for the two people, myself and a deputy director, who handle all of the services for the unorganized territories. That is a county tax. You do pay my salary and my deputy director's salary. You'll see that there's not much of an increase. It's a $5,500 decrease in that budget this year, mostly due to a cut in some of the benefit packages. Just the way it fell for those two employees, that's all. But you will see a slight decrease in the Department 14 budget. But, and I mentioned that, it's a $209,000 budget. Mention that because I want to also mention that along with county taxes will be $800,000. The unorganized territories also pays Penobscot County for 2 deputies. Thank you, Sheriff. A very generous opportunity for us to fill up some of their time. We pay for 80 hours a week, $272,000 a year. And that covers some of the terrain way north of here where you wouldn't normally see too many sheriff guys operating, so we appreciate that. We also pay $124,000 this year in administrative costs to the county. And we pay $100,000 for part of my wages comes from a road agent fee. So there's it's climbing well over $1 million that we contribute to Penobscot County from the taxpayers of the unorganized territories to help cover our costs. Our major increase this year in the BT budget was snow removal. We have 7 of our 9 plow contracts that are up for bid this fall and spring. So we estimated and took a guess at what that cost would be. And also our fire and ambulance contracts are extremely high the last 3 years and are continuing. So we estimated large increases in fire and ambulance coverage. So it's $184,000 increase over year to year. So in order to keep the taxpayers from doing having to come up with much of that, we were able to identify $480,000 in undesignated fund balance to help reduce the overall increase in tax bill to the unorganized territory tax bill. So, any questions? No. Any questions regarding the unorganized territory budget? Thank you. Yes.
I missed the number that you said at the beginning that you claimed, so you have a full number there.
But the
It's pays into the.
pays in the county taxes, it was 831,000 and change this year.
Thank you.
You bet. Further questions regarding Department 14, the territory budget? So we will be submitting this budget to the state. Mr. Adkins, correct me if I'm wrong, but 14 is the portion that the county pays, or is that?
No, that's the portion that's of George and Tina that are in the county budget. The UT budget goes to the state. It doesn't have to be approved at this level. That's approved by the commissioner.
Department 14, since I have that list.
Yeah, Department 14 is one of these people, or
So this would be only salaries for the administrator and the deputy.
correct, there's some significant revenue. Well, beginning.
So we receive revenue from the organized territory. And we carry the expenses for the administrator and deputy administrator. So at this point, if there are no further questions on Department 14, that portion that I referenced, I would entertain a motion regarding Department 14.
Commissioner Andre Cushion. Councilman Hank, I'd like to make a motion to accept the UT budget.
Have a motion, do I have a second? Thank you, Council Moore, second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on Department 14? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Seeing none, it is unanimous. Thank you for that. The next order of business, I would like to refer you to the front of the budget document. It is the Penobscot County budget highlights. The administrator has put together, based upon the presentations by department heads and reviewed by the commissioners, a summary sheet of those items that are changes for this proposed budget. Those items that are changing in the budget document, for those with the book, should be highlighted in yellow. I don't know that we did this in color, Mary Ann, so the documents that the public may have picked up do not have, well, I do see some color. I don't think we have highlighted all of those. There are some note sections to the far right column. And the way this budget document is set up, you will see the 2024 actuals, the 2025 budgeted amounts, and then through the third, or up until the end of the third quarter. Well, technically September is in the. Is that September 30th one that we are at in this budget document? So it's through the third quarter. Okay. So the actuals are through the third quarter of the year. The administrator also provided a 5-year budget amount and a 5-year actual. And then in bold is the 2026 department head recommendation and the 2026 commissioners recommendations to the budget committee. There are then the differentials in dollars and the change in percentages. At this point, let's look at this in segments. The first one, Department 2, is the HR director. We are going to ask her to present and explain her budget. Tony Dyer is our HR director. And during this year, there was a continued effort and concentration on making effective changes to health insurance and other benefits. Am I stealing your thunder?
No, go ahead.
Okay. In the HR budget, there's a new line for broker fees, and I will ask her to explain that and the significance of what it has helped us to do. In mid-2025, the county went out to RFP for these broker services and ended up with approximately a $90,000 savings. However, as benefit management becomes more complex, involving HR more directly, the need for an updated HR information and management system was needed, and she will address that in her presentation. In Department 2 HR, you will see an increase for this program, which will be offset by the savings to personnel and other efficiencies. That savings that we refer to for the broker fees will not be, if I'm correct, a lump sum in your budget. It is spread out over the insurance for the different departments. So with that, I will give you the floor.
Good evening, commissioners and members of the budget committee. I'm Tony Dyer, the HR director. And as the commissioner said, most of my budget has remained fairly aligned with the current budget. However, there are 2 major changes that we wanted to bring to you tonight. And the first is broker services that we use for our benefit. For a number of years, we have used one broker. All of their fees were sort of embedded into the various premiums for health insurance, dental, life insurance, and all of the other things that we offer employees. It came to my attention that in 2024, collectively, that broker received almost $200,000 in payment for those services. And while those services were great and they worked for many years, I thought we could do better. And so we did an RFP. We collected, I think we had 6 or 7 returns on that RFP, and they all fell below 6 figures. So I knew we could do better. And after thorough review with both with Scott and the commissioners as well as HR staff, we selected Cross Insurance Agency as new broker. That came out to about $28 per employee per month, which is an annual sum of about $67,000. That covers all benefits. So the $200-ish thousand that we paid last year, greatly reduced with this new service, and they're taking a quite an efficient amount of work off of the HR department's plate. In the past, the county employees would come to us when they're making benefit changes, adding a dependent, removing the dependent. The new broker is actually making all those changes for us, which takes some of the workload off of staff and HR. So I think the great service that we're going to be having with the new broker, and I do think it's a little hard for you to see the dollar for dollar savings to cost because those previous broker fees were so embedded into each departmental budget line. It's really hard for me to tell you where the savings look, so my budget looks a little inflated because of this now. And in the past, we paid for those broker services through the premiums, whereas now we're gonna pay a monthly fee to Cross Insurance Agency based on the number of employees they've serviced. We'll see it every month. We can cost control it much more effectively. There's a 3-year contract. There's no increase those 3 years. So it will remain at $28 per employee for at least 3 years. Are there any questions on that piece of the change?
So that increase of $67,100, that new line item is with, that is coming out of the
I would note that we made a change in our health insurance for our employees. We had a very low deductible plan for many years. And due to the nature of our workforce and some of the unfortunate health experiences, we were using over 100% of our premium payment for the last 2 years. There are limited companies in Maine that are willing to bid on health insurance. Especially when you look at our experience rating, we were not a prime candidate for some of these insurers to bid on. The administrator came up with a recommendation which I think you'll see has had some merit. It caused a little bit of concern at first, but we went to a much higher deductible. It's a $2,000, $4,000 family deductible. But what we chose to do was establish health savings accounts for each of the employees, to which we are funding $2,000 per coverage individual for the first 2 years, and $1,000 for the third year. That is a total of $5,000 that will go into their HSA account. They then manage the use of that money for the services that they, their maximum out of the pocket would be $2,000 deductible. So by funding that for 2.5 years, we're giving them coverage, which has resulted in the premium that individual is paying dropping. I think it's for the single, there are now no premiums that they are obligated to pay. And the county share of that premium has dropped dramatically. Scott, I don't know if you're prepared to share any numbers on that. The result this year, where we were averaging double-digit increases to our health insurance premiums over the last 3 or 4 years, has dropped to under 1%. Anything you might like to add?
No, I think you nailed it. Actually, it's been, it was flat. The increase was flat last year. Again, the whole goal out of this, the thought process was to break that mold of the Cadillac. And those of you that have been veterans on this committee, that you know, it's usually a topic every year, health insurance, what are we gonna do? So we're able to break that mold. Now, while we didn't necessarily see immediate huge savings, what we did create was still an effective healthcare plan, but with the option that if things do get out of hand, now we can market. So that's really moving forward. And as the commissioner said, yes, we took the savings and sort of reinvested it into the employees. I can tell you, sure as I'm sitting here, that it was cheaper to do that than the battle legal fees. Meaning with, you know, the contracts, we're obligated to provide a certain level of healthcare. So rather than force it upon, we took that approach. And then so in the third year, which 2 of the unions will see their contribution reduced to half, which is reflected in this budget. Lastly, let's try to make it quick here. This year, yes, the broker fees are in the Department 2 budget. However, I set up healthcare based upon what was prior to change of brokers. And then once we adjusted the broker, I was able to reduce it by another 125,000. So it really is more than 90,000. It's unfortunate you can't see it. You know, one number like you see the impact of the broker fee, but I can attest to you that afterwards another 125,000
thank you. We appreciate everything you made to help us get to this point. I think as employees who have used these HSAs have started to understand, it allows you to have more control of some of your healthcare costs. And it's a model that I think many people are reflecting on. It is portable, so if somebody were to leave employment of the county, that money in their HSA is their fund. Right, or anything else you would like to add, or are there any other questions from the budget committee? Seeing none. I'm prepared for the HR first. Yep, I think that would be the next step.
The next largest increase in the HR budget is new software. For those that maybe aren't aware, the county did not have an HR department 6 years ago. It's a relatively new department, created with minimal tools. And county does have an average of 256-ish employees on any given day. Has a lot of employees, 6 unions and a group of non-union employees. And right now it's being run with an HR department of 2.5 full-time employees. Everything that we do currently is manual. And so looking at how to make things more efficient and reduce cost and redundancy for a lot of services, we looked at an HRIS. Our payroll vendor that we've had for a couple of years now offers their software in a full HRS system, which would allow you to track applicants, onboard employees, do paperwork digitally, reducing traffic in the HR office, conduct performance evaluations, and have time and attendance software. A lot of our departments are still using paper timesheets. And as handwriting decreases in legibility, it becomes incredibly hard for payroll to transport that information from the time card into the payroll system. This new system will allow the employee to go in there, enter their time, and something that we're not doing currently, their supervisor will have to confirm that that time is valid and make sure it's coded to the correct department, which will increase transparency in your budget line and expenditures in the future. The digital onboarding and applicant tracking. The county has like many of your towns and cities, has a rotating door of vacancies. And at any given time, we could be managing 20 to 100 applicants. And it gets very complicated manually trying to track who did you already follow up with, who is an interview scheduled, when is that interview scheduled, who should be in that interview. This system will allow all department heads access to their applicants for their positions in real time and see any updates for that position. It will increase a lot of communication and efficiency in the paper things and help applicants feel like they've not been forgotten about. Performance evaluations are something the county has not spent a lot of time trying to implement. There are some departments that do that faithfully, such as the Sheriff's Office and PRCC. And this year, we've implemented a new policy to conduct those evaluations for all county employees. The system will do those in real time, allowing a department head to go in, check a couple of boxes, make a few ratings, and it develops your performance review for you so that you are not spending several hours writing reviews for 5, 10, 15, or 30 employees, which is another time saver. So the system is super helpful. And when you have 250 employees, anything you can do to reduce paper and time is a help. As part of the HRIS implementation, if you recall, we were here last year, we increased an HR part-timer that was a few more hours in the office than originally intended. I am willing to enable to reduce that part-time position in the budget this year. While not a huge savings, I hope it's a good faith effort that you all see. Part-time positions then reduced from a 30-hour-a-week position, 20 hours a week, starting in July of next year. That gives us some time to get the HR software implemented and working before I try to train somebody new on it. So I think with those two major changes in HR, you will see increased efficiency in the county processes for all the employees without reducing the benefits and the offerings that we do have for our staff. questions on the HR,
I wanna ask, and it is not going to be my intention to nitpick the budget, but where we are at such a negative. Starting out of the gate, is implementing that program an option to consider implementing that next year?
Option, yes. However, I think if we were to wait, I would have to go back to probably 3 full-time employees, so there's going to be costs. Regardless, whether it's in staff or in service, and I chose service because if I were to come to you this year and say, hey, that half person you all gave me last year, I need full-time with benefits. Well, in 2 years, are you gonna make me fire that person to get software? Right, so I'd rather have the software and not have to figure out what I do with the other body later.
I think there are some challenges we have to reflect on based on the state's initiative for pay family leave too. That is going to add a complexity to HR and payroll that requires us, because we have 24/7 employees here, some of which overlap pay periods. It causes challenges for payroll to properly track each of those different dynamics. So I know this is integrated with the payroll system. I appreciate what you're saying. I'd ask the budget committee to reflect on this. The elephant in the room is the jail deficit. While we certainly can go through this process tonight, I will not ask you to refrain from any questions. But I think it's a healthy dynamic. We need to have those voting on this budget, those in our county understand some of the pressures and the complications, but we're not going to find $1 million worth of savings tonight. We have rolled our sleeves up. We've asked our departments to think very carefully about the things that they put forward. The primary interest here is how do we deliver the core services we need to deliver. And with the challenges we face in the workforce that is changing, we had 4 departures in the last month here. Keep the vision, finance, HR, administrators, and in one of the deeds of the probate offices. This is a trend in today's workforce that I don't have to tell many of you who are employing people is continuing. And so HR becomes almost as significant as finance in dealing with the operation of county.
To the commissioner's point, countywide right now, we have almost 20 vacant positions. The sheriff's office is operating the jail with, a significant deficit in staffing. They're operating at the 85% level of staffing for a 24-hour facility that requires they can't close. They have to be there. You have a lot of administrative openings, and recruitment right now is not bringing any good applicants that are qualified for some of these roles. I do think the software, while it isn't a recruitment tool necessarily, will help alleviate some of the burden of reviewing resumes and getting qualified candidates through the process back.
Other questions regarding this portion of the HR budget? Anything else that you have to present at this point? Okay. No other significant changes besides those 3. Yes.
I just want to mention on what Andre is about the departmental budgets. If you take out the jail, the departmental budgets only went up 4.3%. So again, the elephant in the room is the jail. I mean, the software that she talks about, and you can have the timekeeping software, payroll people as well, is kind of integrated together, and it's the cost of shares with it too. Okay.
Again, we will allow whatever time we need for discussion.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in. Well, I think Treasurer says accurate, but when we get to the jail, that's mandated. We're not gonna, it's a $4 million hit this year, but it's mandated. We're not gonna be able to go in and cut $1 million out of the jail. And I think this budget that you've got tonight is the best, it's what we had to do. But in my opinion, if people wanna make cuts, this is where you have to make them. I think this is justified with going in the HR department. But you are the people that have to go to the towns and say, listen, you get a 20% increase in county budget. We don't have to show up every town and say, you're gonna be paying more. You're the people that have to justify this at the town office when everybody sees the tax. So I think if you think these cuts need to be made, this is where you're gonna make them. Unfortunately, I hate to say that. That's your job.
And for those of you who are here, a big part of tonight is for us to start that process of better understanding of what we are trying to do to provide the services we're obligated to provide while being as responsible as the dollars as we can be. Joe, that's it. When we get to that, that's a different discussion, but I believe our team here at the county has leaned into this as judiciously as they can find savings. Again, that is not in any way diminish the importance of the questions that you need to understand this before we ask you to vote. I think we covered everything we need to before we take this vote. Any other questions? If not, Representative.
I guess I just have a generic question. This was after what, Commissioner Turnbull had said. We're not gonna go through this budget to find $1 million tonight. Yeah, we're looking at, I mean, it's $5 million increase. I.e. 20%, and this was just stated, I gotta go home and sell this. My town. I don't know where the cuts are coming from. I gotta see it's gonna have cuts in like someplace, because I can't justify this. We just had a 1% increase in our property taxes in Old Town. If I go back and say, okay, now you have 20% down, so. I don't want to nickel and dime, but people are gonna have to, you know, do some serious looking. I don't know where it is.
Okay. Representative Fox.
Yes, sir, that's concern. There's at least one bill, and I'm not sure how it's go through legally. There's at least one bill coming before the legislature to bring the county budgets to a referendum. And obviously, Commission's very well clear what might happen with that. So. See, it's hard to vote on Washington County budget issue. You know, so. Probably that's phased. So for one. You folks haven't been this down. And get it down. You should. I don't know.
Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion regarding Department 2, the HR department. I will have further discussion before I ask for the vote, but at this point, I would entertain a motion.
Move the HR bills.
Okay, I have a motion from Representative Foster. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion on, Commissioner Cushing.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson seconds the motion. At this point, we're now open for discussion. Any further discussion beyond what you already presented? Okay. At this point, I will call for the vote, which is to approve the HR Department 2 budget as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? I see it is unanimous of those voting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, Director LaVoy. If you look at your budget summary page, you will notice Department 4 PRCC 911 communications, the Penobscot County Regional Center has grown tremendously over the past year and a half. Due to efforts from all areas of county oversight, the staff issues have been addressed, and the center is therefore able to address overtime issues previously impacting them in their budget. This center receives the highest number of 911 calls from a coverage area, which includes contracted services for Aroostook County and several communities in Hancock County. The impact of this agency is due to the direct management by its team in seeking cost-saving measures while implementing needed upgrades covered by a bond that was passed in 2020. Director Leroy, all yours.
Thank you. Crystal Boyd, the first and foremost, thanks for taking part in our budgeting process. As the commissioner said, the Penobscot Regional Communications Center remains the largest and busiest 911 public safety intern point in the state of Maine. We currently provide dispatching services for 60 agencies across the region. Just to touch on some brief statistics for you, in 2024, we handled 65,039 911 calls, approximately 380,000 administrative or business line calls, and over 1.6 million radio transmissions. Up until just a few weeks ago, if you've sat on this committee in the past, you've heard about our staffing crises, where we were down 50% one year when I presented to you. Thankfully, with the help of Tony and the HR department and our administration and as well as the commissioners, we have filled those positions and we'll hopefully see some benefit in 2026 when it comes to the overtime budget. So we'll start off with the budget. So revenues, as Commissioner Cushing mentioned, we do have some revenue streams. We handle the landline and voice over IP 911 calls for Aroostook County. We have that contract. We also dispatch fire and EMS services for the towns of Island Falls and Sherman in Aroostook County, and the town of Dedham in Hancock County. The other way that we bring in revenues is through transcription services. So if someone files a Freedom of Information Act request, we process that, we do the transcription, and then we charge them what we legally can charge them. So the total for our revenues is $233,167. Moving on to expenses, we're proposed right now to 3.36% increase in this year's budget. The primary drivers of that 3.36% is contractual obligations, salaries, benefits, as well as vendor increases. There's also an increase in tower and land lease agreements. But to touch on that, Penobscot County has historically leased a lot of their tower space from tower companies or private owners. Or if we do have a tower site, we would lease the land from the landowner. Earlier this spring, we were notified that one of our towers that services a regional area of the county was going to be discontinued and they were going to tear it down. We worked with the property owner, pretty much not necessarily negotiated, but begged and pleaded with them that we did not have the funds to go out and build a brand new communications tower. While I have to be very vague, I apologize because we're still under contract agreements with them. But we ended up in an agreement where they are going to turn over the land lease to us, which is reflected in the budget with a $24,000 increase. But they are giving us the tower in the building for free, which would have cost the taxpayers in Penobscot County over $1 million to do that. So those are the kind of things that we're trying to work on to save the money for the taxpayers. I'm happy to answer any questions about our budget or our.
Councilor Henningsen and then Representative Allen.
Commissioner Cushing, I see overtime, $200,000. Is that because we're short-handed and we have to provide that much overtime?
That's not because we're short-handed, that's because of the amount of staff members that we have, and there's vacation time and sick time, and we have to backfill those. We still have to provide the service, right? It's no different than if a deputy
calls out sick or a firefighter calls out sick, we still have a minimum staffing that we have so that we can provide the service to the citizens of this county. Thank you for the question. Who was next?
Representative Allen.
My question is, I got a couple.
Yeah, that's fine.
What is the COLA for 2026? How did you arrive? As I'm looking through the budget, it looks like the COLA show like an average of like 4%. Or higher. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to be able to justify those COLA.
I'm gonna have to go back to
You know,
Mr. Atkins.
especially when they're higher than the rate of inflation.
Well, and I'd like to also add, is that COLA federally is only, is 2.8. So, and again, I promise, it's not my intention to not want there to be increases for employees who definitely earn it, but again. You know, to piggyback on, Representative O'Halloran. You know, if the federal COLA rate is 2.8. Is there any wiggle room that we have to look at that throughout the budget? Which I realize is a tough.
So, a lot of those are contractual and negotiated.
And would that be negotiated with a step up, because it looks like step up and COLA are in the same.
Yes, they're in the same.
And is the step up, the contracts and the COLA is just. An annual increase?
Scott, you'd have to help me with that one.
Yeah, so, as you know, if anybody that deals with them, they're writing. You know, for instance, the increase, although not references a COLA, but for social security, I think this past year was somewhere in the neighborhood of 3+%. So, 4% was used, not as an arbitrary figure, traditional figure. Again, veterans of this committee know this, that it's typically past the best contract increases, past one to non-union membership. Which majority of the budget are, as the director alluded to, contracted by union employees, so it's built in the contract. I did look at reducing it for non-union to 3. There was not a significant difference. However, what also creates, you know, I know there's a few department heads in the room that will agree with me, is that if you don't do the 4, you start to get compressed, and we already have union individuals, you know, management is making less than those that are working on the desk. And so we try to respect the recognition of that, and we try to bump that up slowly as it goes. So can you tweak that a little bit? Sure. It's not going to amount to a whole lot. Certainly not $1 million in savings, you know, so.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Did you have another question?
About it.
Okay.
I kind of put them all in there together.
No, that's fine.
I think these are healthy.
Yeah.
I think I shared with you when we sat down, the overall contract COLAs that are published at this point. And I think the maximum was for most of them were negotiated post-COVID, if I'm not mistaken, where we were faced with a significant inflation rate. And the unions were understanding of the challenge that we had. And some of their initial asks were taken back and revised by their departments. So we're grateful for them recognizing what those impacts have done. I know some other departments, municipal departments and other agencies I've got around the state were faced with much higher COLAs. Some of that would certainly be related to the cost of living in their regions, or the need to bring their salaries perhaps more in alignment with the market. We did a salary or wage study across the board 3 years ago, wasn't it, Scott?
Yep.
And we made some adjustments. We made those adjustments, which helped us stabilize the workforce turnover that we were faced with. And I think it also helped us to mitigate some of the COLA requests going forward. I was not personally involved in the negotiations. Our administrator, HR, and department heads handled that, but I think generally, the commission was pleased with what the result of those negotiations. do.
And I appreciate that, and I also realize, and it's helpful to also point out, that stabilizing the workforce actually helps to save some money as far as cost of the training. And we can keep going on.
The world of 20 and 30-year employees in government has kind of passed us by.
Yeah.
And so HR's and department heads' strategy to keep and retain employees has had to change dramatically. But as we looked at this several years ago, I think we had 72 vacancies at that point that had turned over, plus 4 department heads. And the volume of both applications which had been responded to, as well as 250 interviews. Any of you who've been involved in that process can understand what the drain is, even before you get to the point of bringing those people up to speed and train them to do the job in the manner that you require. So, and I'm not trying to make this into an advertisement, but I want you to understand some of these decisions that we're presenting to you and were thought out very carefully to try and mitigate the turnover and the costs associated.
And the turnover was about 33% that time.
When we lose one employee, it takes approximately 6 months from the process that they apply to the time that they are on their own. Because that is how lengthy our training process is, because of the dynamics that the job is turned into today. So that's 6 months of overtime, 6 months of burning the other staff members out, then possibly causing someone else to leave. So when we went through this last contract, we looked at how we could truly retain employees, because in the long run, it is more fiscally responsible to retain those employees rather than just turning them right through the door and training someone constantly. So all that stuff was looked at when we went through the negotiation process.
Other questions regarding the PRCC budget?
This was.
Just curious, you may have said it, but the Rapid SOS, is that a new program?
Yeah, what Rapid SOS is, enhances. It's an addition onto the 911 system. So what that does for us is it sits upstairs in a little computer, attaches to the 911 system, and it enhances our mapping for 911 calls. But more so, what it does is, I don't know if you've seen the news, I know the most recent school was Hamden, correct? Hamden put in emergency alert buttons for all their teachers, so that if something happens while they're at the school, they can push a silent alarm and it will notify the 911 center that there's an emergency at the school. We have additions like that, so those alarms from the schools come directly into the 911 center now, very quick. It also takes alarm calls from alarm companies, medical alarm companies, burglar alarm companies, fire alarm companies, pulls them right into the 911 center, gives us all that information firsthand. So it's an addition to the 911 center. We actually started this in 2022. And for year 1, we took that out of our dispatch reserve account. And then going forward, we put it in the budget.
I just see that it's a 50% increase.
Yeah, so it was an oversight last year, it did not get added into the budget last year. And we took it out of the dispatch reserve account again. And that has been since added into the budget. The other thing that it does too, I'm not sure if you saw, but a couple of years ago, there was a data center loss in Lewiston. And it actually took that out of the 911 system for the state of while we had people in Concept County dialing 911, we were getting alerts on the computer, and we were able to call those people back, and there was no delay in service. So it's almost a backup to the 911 system, so that we can ensure that if something does happen with the state of Maine's 911 system, that we are still able to provide those services.
Yes,
I have a question, how critical is it that municipality, I'll use Lincoln as an example. We have roads that's not been updated for 3 and 4 years on the 911 service. How critical is that to you? Cause I know there's ambulances going out, but they have to go out and follow them and track them back into the house 2 hours. You know, so how critical is that for the?
Yeah, so I actually worked with the fire department up there on that not too long ago. So each municipality is required by law to have 911 address and officer, right? That 911 address and officer doesn't necessarily work directly with me. They're gonna work with the Emergency Services Communication Bureau in Augusta, which is the 911 bureau housed under the PUC. So they're gonna work with them to update their roads and mapping. It is truly crucial that they do that. Towns add roads, they add house numbers. When that data doesn't come over into our system, it can delay their response significantly. So when you go back to your municipalities, make sure you check and make sure, because it's sort of one of those positions in the town that no one really cares about, right? It's a title that someone has that probably doesn't have much experience with 911 address at all, or GIS. If you have an issue with that in your municipality, get in contact with me and I can point you in the direction of who to contact the state so that we can get that information updated. And we can keep it updated so that we can get response.
Now, is there any state statute? I don't think there is.
I don't think there is.
No, thank you, I will be reaching out.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Other questions? Chris, would you explain what you did with Amazon Web Services?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So, one thing that we're trying to do, and we were considered an early adopter with Amazon Web Services, so we use AWS on our business lines to answer those non-emergency calls. And I want to be very clear, as I have been through this whole entire process, it isn't to replace the humans in the room, right? No one wants to call 911 because they're having chest pain and talk to them. However, there's a lot of things that our staff does and don't need to do. I think the public's expectations of what public safety should be handling has changed drastically over the years, right? I have found a lost cat on my porch. Does that require a police officer? No, that police officer could be out doing more proactive things. So what our mission was when we're short-staffed and continuing on in the future, even though we have stabilized that, is using AWS to take those lower acuity calls and leave our people free for true emergencies. If someone calls 911 right now in one of the unorganized territories that George handles, it could be up to an hour before an ambulance arrives. And our emergency communication specialist has to remain on the phone with that person. While that person has a true emergency, there is someone over here that may have something that's not an emergency, right? Whether it's a criminal mischief complaint, someone hit their mailbox, or someone put graffiti on their house. Those calls that are lower acuity and not life threatening can go through to that AI bot. And then that AI bot transfers them to our online reporting system, which is right integrated with our CAD. They submit the ticket and it pops up in the dispatch center. And it's not to say we're not going to get to that person. It's to handle it quicker for them, right? Everyone today, if you order food for takeout, you're probably doing it on an app in 2025. So what we have learned is that a lot of people don't actually want to call in, they don't want to talk to someone for something that basic. They want to submit their information online, know that someone has received that, and then move on with their day for a phone call from the office. And that's what we've done.
So Chris, how many non-emergency calls a year do you take?
So about for our non-emergency calls, I think over 380,000. Now that is what hits the recorder. That's not the 20% that we're diverting right now through online report. Yes,
Curiosity.
sure.
On your AI dispatch, because I'm sure anybody who's done dispatch work or on either side of that. There's like sometimes non-emergency call and turn into an emergency.
Yeah.
Does this new AI system identify that so that it's?
So you can easily put a button and get into the dispatch. It gives someone an avenue that doesn't want to talk, right? It's not saying that you have to get forced here.
Right, what I was saying is just my curiosity on this is that if it's.
If someone calls in and then 5 minutes later.
Like say my
something-
neighbor, but they're driving me snowmobile in the middle of the road and possibly something, but nobody's on the road, so it's not really emergency, I'm gonna wait. But if all of a sudden he gets hit by a car,
Right, then you would call 911.
so you have to hang back, so it doesn't actually recognize or.
So you're not actually physically talking with the AI bot.
Right.
It's a phone tree that takes you through to an online recording. No different than what the city of Bangor's been doing for online.
Okay. But that was my.
There is, there are some centers out there who are using the bot to have conversations back and forth. I'm not there yet, trust me, that I'm gonna do that. I'm sure as technology evolves, at some point, we're gonna explore something. But right now, we're sticking to this. The only other thing is, like, especially right around the 4th of July, Memorial Day, summer starts filling up. This place gets flooded with fireworks and things. So we actually have it so that when you call in, and we turn it off, because obviously great time here to have fireworks, but during those high impact times, that it will send you information about consumer fireworks in the state of Maine, whether or not your municipality has a fireworks ordinance through the fire marshal's office. It'll send you all that information too. So it's pretty robust in what it does.
Can you speak to the quality assurance service that you instituted to replace the file domain?
Yeah, so it was about 2 years ago, Representative Foster would have a better memory than I about this, but we used to employ 2 full-time employees in the quality assurance department. Quality assurance on fire, EMS and law calls has to be done by law in the state of Maine. So to meet that requirement, we had 2 full-time employees. Unfortunately, we lost 1 employee after a long battle with cancer. Right around that time, the state was also doing a study of all of the 911 public safety answering points in Maine. And one of the pieces that we brought up to the state when they brought in this independent consultant was the fact that we were spending a lot of money on quality assurance. It was a huge task for our staff, and it was bogging us down. So we ended up prior to the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities and Technology actually reviewing the bill to fill our gap with Tracy's passing. We signed a contract with QPR, which is through Priority Dispatch, and they do all of your quality assurance. It's $48,000 a year. After that first year contract, it flipped, and the state found the money within the E911 surcharge to fund QPR for any public safety answering point in the state of Maine. So we were able last year to cut that $48,000 out of our budget. Obviously, that's not reflected this year. I wish I gave you that number this year, but cut it out last year, so that's all done. The physical QA is done outside of the center and at the cost of the state of Maine.
Further questions for PRCC? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion regarding budget department 4, PRCC 911. Motion.
Second.
Have a second. We have President Foster and Councilor Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're prepared to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Chris. Next item up will be the long-awaited sheriff control and civil divisions. This will be departments 12 and 13. Following this, we will take a brief break for those that need to stretch a little bit before we take up the jail budget. Sure.
Commissioners, budget committee. Yes, I wish the crowd was this full at every commission. Believe me that folks engaged, and that's really. My name is Troy Morton, I'm the sheriff, and it's an honor to be here. Before I continue on, I want to thank you for your service to the budget committee, but I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the nearly 170 employees of the sheriff's office. We're making tough decisions here tonight about budgets. But I want my employees to. This is not a reflection of the job that sheriffs. You're doing tremendous work that many others would not do. Thank our employees for the difficult jobs that they have. I tend to, and some of you veteran budget committee and councilors know that I'll want to talk about each of the divisions and what occurs within those divisions. What I'm providing for you in front of you today is a lot of those talking notes that you can actually take back to your committees that show stats on things such as, and you'll see it, some of the stats are done in this color. And there's also documentation to further explain those divisions. But on the law enforcement one, I just want to touch on a couple of things real quick. These numbers alone, currently we're at just about 16,000 calls for service. Last year, we were just over 18,000 calls for service. We've broken this down so you can kind of see some of the things that are taking the most of our time. There are 30 or 40 different nature codes for the different things that we respond to. We're trying to show you folks in this diagram here, what are some of the most urgent things that we take. It should be mindful, we should all be mindful that one of those 1,325 information complaints could be 5 minutes or 5 days, right? Some of those suicide calls or reports can be something that's handled in a half hour. It may be in a standoff. And so stats are just simply stats, right? They show that you responded, but they don't show the amount of effort, time, and resources that took place to take care of that. Last week, you'll see in the news we get home tonight that our agency responded to a search warrant yesterday, in which we recovered 60 grams of methamphetamine, stolen motorcycles, stolen trucks. This impacted multiple towns. Ended up being another search warrant in the town of Brewer, where we deployed deputies to the town of Brewer to help the town of Brewer with their staffing issue to execute another one. Those are the types of things that we're doing in the law enforcement division. You'll see that there are 57 staff members in command staff. The sheriff does fall under the law enforcement budget and not in jail budget, along with my administrative assistant. The command staff are separated by provisions. Then we have questions on the stats, and then we can get into the project file.
Are you going to take the progress to?
Sorry, I'm in. Anybody have any questions on the stats or the staffing or any other functions there? I'm going to make one quick comment on that because I had a few questions about this. We are blessed that we have such a connection with several communities that provide supplemental law enforcement content. What this means is, and you'll see in the stat or in the written document that I provide you here, when it breaks down the stat, you can see who's funding those positions. Of the 27 rural patrol traffic, 17 of those are being funded by towns through supplemental contracts. We were trying to be in that area of about 87 to 90%, and some of those are 100%. And so the average is 87. It's actually a little higher than that now. We've had such a turnover the last couple of years. We have some staff that are not on the top of the scale. So those top step, there are 8 steps in our law enforcement steps for payroll. And many of our deputies used to be senior deputies, are no longer senior deputies. They're more in that step 4 area. So we continue to work with the towns, and the commissioners increased several of those town contracts. And when you folks look back through the law enforcement budget, Department 12, where there was a large increase over a 6-year period, it comes in really 2 areas. It comes with the additional staff that came through those contracts, offset by revenue. And it also comes with the body worn camera system. So some of the things that the county has done for decades is put things on. We didn't buy body worn cameras when Brewer, Hampton, Bangor, Old Town, Horno have had those in place for decades. And the county didn't do it, the state has that in place for decades. At some point, that technology was requested, as a matter of fact, demanded that we have that in our agency. And so we brought that in over the last couple of years. So the technology and the one additional person was put into the budget. So that was a significant increase, and that's ongoing, just like your municipal budgets. Here's a little bit of a difference. I had a great conversation with the local chief about this just the other day, when we were talking about his purchase of tasers. Then we were actually talking about body cameras as well. There's a major difference. A law enforcement agency in a small community may have 10 total. Right, and so there may only be 1 or 2 patrolmen on duty at a time. And so their body camera can be taken off at the end of the shift, because they work a shift, 8 to 4, 4 to 12, whatever that shift may be. At the end of the shift, they can get rid of that body. In our situation, we can't do that. Our deputies are on call all night. Huge difference from municipal law enforcement. I don't know if most folks realize this. State troopers and county deputies operate the same. They have responsibilities to be on call after or before your shift. And so when they're going home, that's the reason that equipment has to go with them. We can't hand it over to the next crew that's coming on. That's a significant difference in how we have to purchase and utilize it. So I wanted to make sure that we pointed that out. And then I'm happy to take any questions before we get into it.
Sharon?
Yes.
I just want to say, I appreciate so much the mutual relationship that the sheriff's office has with the city of Brewer. It's outstanding. And one of the things that I'm hoping that you can help clarify, and you just mentioned it, is that the ABC used the number of 87%, 90%. And I'm just curious, because in my mind, I think, okay, in Brewer, we have the police department. I realize that we utilize your services for things. There's certain things that you guys do for us and we don't have capability of. And part of that in my mind would come from some of, the support that we, that is our obligation to give to the county to disseminate in that way. I'm wanting to understand the other communities that utilize strictly the support of your team. How can you help me understand why there isn't any sort of a contract that's looked at on a regular basis that they would be paying, 100% of that? I'm wondering wrap my arms around.
No, I can totally understand. If you don't live it, it's hard.
Yeah.
So this is my easy way of working with this. Those towns that you're talking about are also paying county tax. So they're paying their share as well. In addition to that, they're asking for deputies to be in that community. You have towns like Herman, Warrington, Milford, Glenburg, Arlington, Eddington, Clifton. These are communities that want additional patrol coverage. When you have a deputy covering 6 or 8 towns by themselves, in today's world, when some agencies I look around have 2 people in a car, and we're having 1 deputy cover 6 or 8 towns, you folks know. I had many of you in front of me when you heard me talking about the cutback that happened with rural patrol services with the state police when staff. We've kind of worked through that, right? But it was a challenge to the county because we were left to pick up an expert zone. And so to get back to your point, When these towns are investing in those deputies, they're taking on a tremendous amount of calls. That would have been that zone deputy's responsibility. Does that make sense? So the deputy that's out in Herman, fully assigned to Herman, being paid by Herman, is they're taking all of those calls for service, which takes that burden off from the zone deputy, who's responsible for 6 or 8 towns or more, and also doing the backup services. They are paying, Herman still pays their county tax. In addition, they're paying their contract fees. The issue for the commissioners for decades has been, if those towns simply said, let's not do this. There's no obligation for those towns to do. Right, there were some proposed legislation that said, if you're a community of 2,500 or 4,000 people, that you were obligated to contract. Because some of these communities could simply say, nope, we don't want a contract. And it would force us to either have no coverage or come back to the commission, all of you, and ask for more deputies on everybody's tax dollar, right? Instead, these towns are doing that on their tax dollar. And I think closing that gap is what we're trying to do. I think, to be frank, I wish we had the time, but there had been so much experience in this, that we could relook today, knowing that there's been some insurance adjustments. There's been a major change in the senior staff that I have, that's a little bit cheaper. That would reduce some of the costs. And I think you're gonna see that it's much more closer to 90, 95, and some of them, it's absolutely 100%, absolutely. Some of our biggest contracts, Milford and Orrington are the newest ones, were built on the right numbers for what it cost us at that moment. That was that major increase 3 years ago. And it's been carried on. Does that help you, Jeff?
Thank you.
Any other questions on that?
We'll take these separately, we'll do the stickle next, but at this point, any further questions regarding the Sheriff Department 12, the patrol division? I do want to point out something. We've reflected on this and I understand that larger municipalities have their own forces, and we appreciate the relationship that our Sheriff's Department has had and the same type of, I think, regional cooperation that you've seen with fire department takes place among law enforcement. While from the perspective that council raised that these agencies, why don't they pay the full amount? I think as we look at the whole service that is provided by the county, you have to look at a higher proportion of arrestees that your communities and municipalities may bring you to jail that are being subsidized by the smaller communities that may not use the facility. So there's a balancing effect here related to patrol and arrests that go into the full budget. And I think as we move forward on some of these areas that we're struggling with budgets, we have to find more collaborative relationships like that. Fire EMS, we have a stronghold rule in Maine. But I think we've reached a point where we also have to find better ways to collaborate on some of those services.
I just want to mention one quick efficiency, that really doesn't come out in the numbers, but it's gonna have a tremendous impact. As I look around the room and look at the towns represented, I'd be stunned to see if there were any police departments here that are full staff. They're probably not. And they're probably looking for folks. And that's a challenge that we have. You'll notice in our budget, there are no bio first. There are no sign-on bonuses in our. These are hard cuts that we took, hard stances that we took, that impacts folks coming to our agency. I've heard many say that it's really important to try to get the best of the best. We all are. So one thing that we did do in last year's budget, we actually brought on part-time. Sheriff's office has historically not had part-time deputies. And not put part-time deputies out covering areas that represent the entire county. When the statute dictates in many cases that part-timers are not able to cover certain things. I don't know how some of our small communities get through with that, but let me tell you the success of doing this program. The challenge was, and this is where it impacts you folks as well. The sheriff's office hired from many of your departments. Many of the departments here, Old Town, Orem, others, Bangor, folks that come and work for the sheriff's office. And what we did with our part-time program was try to work with the Hudson University, particularly, and others, that if we found individuals that are interested in working part-time, not working alone, going through the program themselves, they pay through the schooling themselves. And then they'll come on our payroll, which is by statute, and become a part-time employee. The next time there's a full-time position in the sheriff's office, we don't always have to go out to another agency and look for a veteran officer. That takes away from another department. We've also cut down, and you'll see it in this budget, is the buyout cost. So some of you may or may not be aware that when you put somebody through the academy, there's an immediate buyout on that officer. I think it's over $50,000 in the first year. It goes down to 40, 30, and so on. We used to buy out officers. It was sometimes cheaper to buy somebody out than put them through the academy. Here's where it worked really well for us. We're proud of this program. The last 2 decades, by the way, they're down to Camp Sunshine right now. In their 3/4 point through the academy with 2 part-time deputies who are now full-time deputies with vacancies that we had when people left our department, went to other departments. And so that worked incredibly well. So it saved us from using buyout money. It had immediate people that can immediately be put back on the road because they've been trained on. We don't have to wait another 6 months for John to get back. This is gonna work out. My friend Chief Leonard, Town Manager Leonard in the back, we were talking about this. This is smaller agencies that are always looking for individuals. If one of these people leave us, it works out awesome. They can go and work for that town full time, get hired by that town. That's a huge benefit to that community to have somebody that's already trained. So while it doesn't always show in the figures, these are efficiencies of what we're trying to do to help you. Any questions on the line items of the budget?
At this point, I'll entertain a motion on Department 12, Sheriff's Patrol. I have a motion from Representative O'Hanlon. I have several seconds. We'll give it to Representative Cook. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Department 12, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And we go. It is unanimous of those present. Civil.
Civil division. You'll see in the civil division, our civil division is made up of deputies and 1 clerical staff, 1 supervisor, 3 full-time deputies, 1 clerical staff, and they provide civil service, which is serving legal documents to folks throughout Comstock County. For years, this was an upside down division, meaning it was costing property taxpayers who have civil service. Civil service is going out to serve convictions. They're going out to serve bad credit card debt, foreclosures, divorces, all of those type of things. It actually was costing the county money to serve those papers. And the reason being is because the statute governed that under state papers, which a lot of our papers, state papers, DHS papers, were taxed. And so the Maine Sheriff's Association worked diligently to go in. The legislators, there are several in this room that stood behind us on this bill and said, this hadn't been changed since the 70s. It's probably time to change these things. And it absolutely helped change the amount of revenue that we were able to bring in. We were really upside down in this division. We talked about taking a serious look at, does it make sense that the county still provides civil service? Or do we end it? And if you end it, who does that? And so we were lucky that occurred. One thing that we've noticed is the economy, when the economy does this, the amount of civil service changes as well. So when foreclosures are not occurring so much, it impacts what's being served. We did notice a couple things, speaking of technologies. We have what they call, we're at the mercy of the courts for a lot of things, including the jail and law enforcement. But we're certainly at the mercy of the court when it comes to civil service. when there's an eviction that takes place, there are time parameters that are provided to the plaintiffs. And the service needs to take place in this time frame. It needs to get back to the court in this time frame. And if you miss that, it starts all over again. And the victim, the plaintiffs, the landlords pay the price. And it's terrible. So what we implemented was expedited service, where somebody can actually bring in, pay a little extra and allow us to go and make sure that that becomes a primary service. So we were able to charge for that and help those people make those court dates. So they're not paying it 3 and 4 and 5 times over and over again. Here's where the problem is. I have a deputy up in Charleston, maybe over in Exeter, and they're serving papers, and an attorney or a firm or a plaintiff comes in and comes to my front desk and says, okay, I'd really like to get expedited service on this eviction in Bangor. Can the server get the paperwork? The server has to stop what they're doing, drive to Bangor, get the paperwork, not serve any other forms on the way in, which is less revenue, just to get that one paper. So what we've done is we've gone out and put mobile printers in the cars and allowing us to print those documents to the vehicle, so we can do those expedited services without having those that many off the. The civil budget is fairly simple. There is a very minor increase in the civil budget. As you look down through it, they're really showing one area, and that was in vehicles. And to be honest, that really occurred, and I'm gonna tell you why I didn't say this, but I'm gonna mention it. We took on an electric car as an option to try this out. It absolutely failed. And so we thought maybe in the civil division, this is something that would work. And my good former county manager called me one day because he was broke down on the side of the road using it. It just didn't work for us. What that is, it threw us out of cycle on purchasing cars, and this will get us back into cycle on vehicles. On the civil cars, we're not buying police cars. We actually buy right off the lot. We call our local providers, ask for a vehicle that they have on the lot. Most of them end up in an accident, 10 to 12,000 miles. We need a shot. Just somebody give her a nice. Yeah.
The NyQuil.
And so, so that's the issue on the car, why you'll see a little increase there. That's going to stabilize itself. Any questions on our civil budget?
You say you just bought it off the lot.
I'm sorry.
You say you buy it, you say it's off the lot.
In the civil division, we do. So in the law enforcement division, we actually promote to bid like everybody else does. Sadly, those bids are not going out of state. I got some of the municipalities around here if they want to, but we're purchasing our vehicle out of state. Some of the cost saving is one, the vehicle, to the equipment that's coming in it, because they're preloading these vehicles with it. It's actually become quite a bit cheaper for us, particularly when you're buying 600 cars.
Sure, and I know the state of Maine, they have probably not even practical to buy one of their used vehicles. They sell them to this car agent. I do know that they had cars that they was used cars that took out service in the sell. Probably wouldn't be practical. Probably had 80, 90.
Yeah, the days of that happen, we used to do the same thing, right? And the truth is, we at that work, somebody's trying to buy these at auction, that would go. These vehicles, when they're done, they're retired. The county actually, I think Commissioner Sanborn was able to have. We auctioned off the vehicle and felt so bad to the people that we took the vehicle back when we bought it. Because they're just in terrible shape. Yeah. That it's the right thing for us to do. But the other thing, Representative, we found so capital is, we have spent so much in maintenance in the last couple of years. We have to balance putting the money into the vehicles and deciding to move.
Further discussion or questions? Entertain a motion regarding Department 14 civil. I'm sorry, excuse me, 13. So I have a motion from Councilor Hayden. Second from Councilor Ewing. We'll show the. further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carried. At this point. We've been at this for a little while. I'm going to call for a brief break for those who need to stretch. We will then go into the budget portion and then address the remaining. I believe the sheriff will be coming up front so that he can help me with the budget for the jail. Would you like to bring any of your team up, or are you gonna handle this? Okay. While I'm getting the sheriff up here, we have another budget committee member who's joined us. Would you like to introduce yourself and what your role is in your committee?
My name is Jennifer Mitchell, and I'm the chair of the Corn Town Board.
And you're from District Two. Yeah, oh, so we welcome you. This is your first experience. You wrote off the end of the document.
I've seen that, set my hair on fire.
I don't know if you have seen it yet, but we did ask everyone to comply with the FOIA trainings. There is a packet which Ranger and Rec will give you. There is a form. How many people have yet to submit the form to Tony? Jim, I think you've probably done this before, but if you have one of those.
You have to go tonight, going up.
You would just. I will gladly just put it on the agenda.
Welcome back. I hope everybody has some of the outstanding tax from Fairmont Market. Yeah. Again, in front of you, if you look in your packets, you'll see in color, there are some data points. I think this is pretty important to many of you in your communities, that will show some breakdowns on some statistics inside the jail. I'm not going to spend a tremendous amount of time. I'm happy to go over those. I'm going to ask again, but as I look around the room now, I'm feeling better and better every time I look around the room that many of you have toward the jail. If you haven't, I beg you, please connect with us when you come toward the jail. It's important that you see firsthand the challenges that we face. And I know that we have some working relationship. I'm looking at the city of Bangor, we're communicating about how we get you over. We'll let you come through a small thing. Very soon. Just real quickly, in those statistics, you'll see the numbers that are brought into the agency by brought into the sheriff's office by agency. Obviously, Bangor and the sheriff's office and the state police lead the way. Something that really important that I think we did through the stats, and we'll share those with the towns themselves. And I think it's important to recognize, particularly we'll stand up for the city of Bangor here. Bangor is absolutely bringing in the largest percentage of coming into the building. But we have to remember, they're not all Bangor residents. They're individuals coming into the city, and for whatever reason, criminal conduct occurs within the city limits. And so it's difficult when we all say, wow, this is really a Bangor issue. They're all coming in from the city of Bangor. I think it was fair that we went in there and sorted out addresses to show where there may be a town that maybe only has 100 or 200 admissions to the jail. But when we go in and we survey by address, we found that that town may actually have 500 or 600 admissions to the jail by residency. So I've worked with Chief Hathaway and others, and we're going to be sharing that data as we continue to go along. Really important. Scott County Jail was built back in the 1800s, redone in the early 1900s, redone in 1986 to 87. The jail was built for 136 individuals. It's important to remember that this jail was designed for correctional needs at that time. The correctional needs at that time were less than 136 population. We had OUI offenders inside the jail operate under the influence. We've had night hunting violations in the jail. We had possession of marijuana in the jail. We've had individuals that didn't pay fines in the jail. Let me be clear, none of those people are in the jail today. None. That changed decades ago. So when we sit here tonight, somebody's gonna quickly ask, Sheriff, what can we do to reduce the population of people that don't need to be in jail? Folks, that's been going on today. And I will argue, and some of your law enforcement officials in New York, and some of your business leaders will tell you, depending on the swamp trial. We're releasing people back out into the streets that aren't prepared to be back onto the streets, only to be arrested for violent acts, repeat violations over and over again. By default, the Penobscot County Jail has become the service provider for all other services out there. Mental health services, medical services. Let me just share a story that happened the other night. We had an individual, there's a lot of talk recently about red flag, yellow flag. Let me take you through how this is failing. Just the other night, our deputies responded to an town outside of Bangor, and we had a report of an individual that was acting suspicious and potentially making threats against the neighbor's lawn. We responded there, we apprehended the individual who was hiding in the woods with a thermal imaging scope, watching the neighbor's house. The person was in complete distress. Complete distress, a mental health crisis. Our deputies didn't immediately put handcuffs on this person and arrest them because they were there. They did the right thing. They've done what you asked us to do. Training these deputies and law enforcement officers, troopers and municipal cops in de-escalation skills and understanding the difference between a criminal and somebody that has medical or mental health challenges. The deputies took the person into the hospital, and the first thing they said was, he's violent. And I agree, no nurse, no emergency room doctor should be assaulted by somebody who's violent. So they took him to the mental health section of the hospital, where we yellow flagged the person. Followed it to a T. Made sure that we were going into houses and removing firearms. This was a dangerous individual. That person was released within hours from the hospital because they don't have an invest.
Can I clarify, you didn't release them, you were directed?
We don't release them. Once we turned them over to the hospital, they were in the care of the hospital to be evaluated and looked at in custody and evaluated through the yellow flag process. And that's not on law enforcement. They were released by the hospital and that person went back out. The individual was arrested the following day for a criminal. This is a problem, folks, and that's just how some of these individuals are coming back into the jail. I could sit here and talk about this all night long, and I'm passionate. A lot of my folks know me, know how passionate. Our correctional jails, county jails, are being used for one thing. Their intended purpose was to hold people who were dangerous to the community and make sure that they appeared in court. We are being used for everything. Folks, when I became a corrections officer in 1989 under Sheriff Reynolds, who was a former lieutenant, captain, I think, for the city of Bangor, became sheriff. One of the things he recognized was the impact that it took on arresting a person and processing them that took hours to fingerprint them, to get their picture, to do the bail paperwork, took a Bangor police officer off the road. Every night, there was 1 or 2 arrests, they took them off the road. And what did that do to your needs for law enforcement? There was a greater need, we need more officers, they're being taken off the road for hours at a time to process and have somebody bail out, have the photos done, all of that. Sheriff Reynolds came, when Sheriff Reynolds was elected, came to us and said, I want to start regional booking. The regional booking process. One of the greatest concepts there were. It actually goes against what the statute says. The statute is very clear on whose responsibility it is when there's an arrest that occurs. It's the municipality arresting agency. Upon the time until the county jail receives them from the court. But Sheriff Reynolds' vision was brilliant. Let's do regional booking in the jail. Let's get that police officer, policewoman back out onto the street into those communities where they're needed and complete that process in the jail for regional booking. Folks, everybody, many in this room have forgotten that that occurred. That was one of the single greatest changes to impacting the amount of people coming into the system. We admit about 3,000 new arrests a year. It's about 3,700 admissions. So when you look at our admission rates, it's much higher. Those other 700, 800, 900 admissions are folks that are being transferred from other agencies back and forth. So that's why some of those numbers are different. But actually arrests are probably that also. Somebody asked for efficiencies. I remember this during COVID, and I remember some of the folks in this room. Who actually called me or their chiefs did when we went through COVID, and we said, hey, we're going to put a little bit of a timeout on you. Let's try to only take in the most dangerous individuals. We're going through this COVID thing. There are rules in place about how to address it within a correctional facility. We're being asked to evacuate our jails essentially. The outcry from citizens and communities about the jail setting was woe on regional. I remember. So if we really wanted to take a significant change on how we do things, we could change that. And I think it's the worst thing for our communities. Absolutely worst thing that we could do. We need to provide this important service to law enforcement throughout the communities. The challenges in our budget, we're looking at just a couple of areas, folks, and it's not new. So when we go back and look over a 10-year period, here's how it changed with Penobscot County. Our populations were down. And we used to board in inmates, which means in 1987, 1988, the federal government, federal marshals actually gave Penobscot County money. We made revenue to hold federal inmates. It made sense. The federal court is across the street. And at that time, we had room for those folks, and the county made money revenue. So what did the county do? They offset the budget, right? Just what all of these other county jails that are using your taxpayer money today are doing on our boarding money. They're offsetting their budget. The local media source that just put out a story, or Democrat is asking about putting out a story comparing us to other county jails and asking, why are you higher? Why is your budget higher than theirs? They are taking your taxpayer money, almost $2.5 million, to reduce budgets in Saginaw and Lincoln and Somerset County. Because we have no room, no capacity for those inmates. By the way, we are directed by the state under 250 jail standards that tell us that we have to abide by our state rating criteria, 257, or they will take our occupancy license away. Not they'll come get the inmates, they'll take your occupancy license away. These are the major changes. As that occurred, and we started boarding people out, at first, counties, some of our neighboring partners, Hancock County, the Scottsboro County, sometimes Washington County, took our inmates for free. We had relationships with dispatch and other things that we worked back and forth with those counties. They had capacity. As time changed, their capacity diminished. Those jails became full. And when they became full, they pushed their inmates back to us. And we had to enter into contracts with counties that had room. Two Bridges Regional Jail, which is Wiscasset, the only regional jail down in Wiscasset, and then Somerset County Jail because they had the capacity. But when we started paying, we went from $500,000, you can look at it. We went from 500 to 700,000, 800,000, $1 million, $1 million, $2 million. We started, I did one of the first contracts for $40 a day per person. It is, I'll move this along. We're now at $100 a day and at the mercy of those counties. That is the challenge. We've been in front of legislation over and over and over again to look for additional funding from the state. State Department of Corrections budget went up 10%. The ask or the amount of funding that went to the counties was flat. That was a problem, folks. That's what the property tax is impacting on. That's why we fought so hard. I think the other thing that gets lost on this, and I know we're gonna have a bigger discussion, is we have to realize that the county is getting this funding solely from property tax. We've argued forever. There are dozens of taxes that were cigarettes, gambling, marijuana, all of those things that taxes were attached to. And for the life of me, cannot figure out how that didn't go back. Oh, the property taxpayer by reducing the county jail budgets. We don't have revenue that's reducing. Jail. I'm happy to go line by line with the entire group. Look at the jail budget to show me one area that we can actually save money.
If I can, since you made it up. You do have a couple of significant changes that I think you need to explain. The pre-trial you wanted to, can you?
Yeah, so efficiency, that's actually an efficiency. But pretrial services, folks say, Chairman, are there individuals that don't need to be in the county jail? Yeah, there are some low risk, no risk individuals that might be better off served in the community. And we contracted with many pretrial services for a long time to conduct those services. One of the challenges is we had no control of that contract, meaning we had staffing issues and we also had accountability issues. At one point, we had 100 individuals out in the program. That sounds pretty impressive. 100 individuals in the program. 50 of them, we had no idea where they were. Zero. So there's not really accountability if you're going to know where the individuals are, only to find that you see them again when they're rearrested. And so we're actually bringing in electronic monitoring, which is significant, folks. I asked the other day, that it's difficult for us to pull this data and tracking it for the future. How much overtime in our overtime budget is simply spent at the hospital guarding? We have inmates in the hospital nearly every single day. And we're in the hospital. If we had a facility that allowed us to bring them back and provide that service inside the jail, they would be back in the jail. We should have to go.
Referring to the pretrial, there is a shift here from a different line item where you had an expense for contract services. You just want to briefly explain?
Yeah, so that contract, we ended that contract, we actually put it into personnel. We have 3 people in there right now, we're only funding 2 of the positions. We may be able to cut that additional position. Right now, we started with the 3, we might be able to cut that position. And we're trying to make sure that we're efficient. Right now, we're not filling it just for the sake of filling. So we do believe that there's going to be efficiencies. We're also using technology, electronic monitoring. Some of you have seen that covered in the media, that we believe that there are some individuals, whether at the hospital or out in the community, that we want to get out into the community. But we want some insurance that they're going to follow through. We're going to do that with electronic monitoring.
So these are new items. Do you estimate what the contract costs were prior to bringing this in-house?
So we spent about $275,000 contracting with an outside agency. Right now, I think we have $254,000 that is going to cost now. And again, we're going to monitor this. I'm not filling the position at the moment, and we're going to see where that takes us. We may end up needing a clerical person rather than a case manager, which will be a cost savings.
So to readdress the boarding issue, previously you had $2.1 million in 2025. Through the third quarter, it was about 1.5 million expended. This year, you're estimating 2.3 million for boarding at approximately 65 inmates at $100.
Right, and the 65 inmates is exactly what we're trying. So we have some times, folks. Our population goes up through that. And the amount of people that we have boarded out, and it also depends on who they will pay. We have some very complicated individuals being housed in the facility. The charges that they have. There are often times that we can't find housing for those individuals. And that also creates an issue. This an important thing to remember. When you have somebody who is significant charges, There are often times that we'll lose bed space in our correctional facility because they can't be housed with other individuals. We have codependents in our facility. And I think in Nebraska, in the jail right now, there are 8 individuals charged with murder that are pending. The longest person that's been sitting in the Nebraska County Jail is 760 days. The district attorney's office has done unbelievable work working with us to expedite cases and hold people accountable at the same time. But Chris has been, I don't know who say this is here, but he's been incredibly gracious to make sure we get these cases prosecuted, hold people accountable, being mindful how long they're sitting in the county jail. And if they belong in the state prison system during sentencing, not falling back to a negotiation that puts them in the county jail for a year. And so I appreciate the district attorney's response.
So if I may, for those with the budget work, we have just addressed the question related to Department 9 in the jail. There are no numbers, but in the highlighted yellow areas, you will see the pretrial coordinator and the pretrial case manager. Those are the 2 numbers that used to be part of the contractual services with a company called Maine Pretrial. Thank you. And then we've talked about line item 3100, boarding of inmates, which is now at 2.3. Another significant change that you might like to address is how the new medical contract has gone up, but has addressed medicines or pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of a change in the medical contract. We were the only county jail who had a medical provider who didn't take care of the cost of medication. So when we went out to bid, by the way, there were 3 companies, 2 out of state and 1 in-state company. The company that bid on that took on medications, which is a good thing for us. So obviously the contract for them went up, but our medical costs for medicine went down. And so that was almost a push in those. The one area that we noticed that went up is the amount of money that we're spending at the hospital. We also have, here's another problem with our border. I can't control this when I'm boarding somebody else. The state of Maine requires that medical services, the county would pay Medicaid rates. So when we're boarding individuals out at Two Bridges Jail, they cannot find an X-ray technician that will accept a Medicaid rate. So we pay a higher rate because they can't get a mobile X-ray company to come into their jail. So we're paying those additional bills beyond boarding.
We do have a maintenance agreement which you had to insert this year because of the scanner.
So yes, so the body scanner came in, that was funded through ARPA funds. And just really quickly on the body scanner, it's been a lifesaver. I think last year I shared this with you, and since then we've had more and more incidents of us obtaining drugs inside people. And I remember somebody saying, Sheriff, are you doing this just so you can arrest people and charge them because they got possession of drugs? We're saving lives. We have 72 people in our MAT program, medical assisted treatment program in the jail. Perhaps the first time that they're having concentrated effort to cure or help their addiction. And the most dangerous thing that can happen to them if they're in our facility for a long period of time on a program headed down the right path is have somebody step in front of them with drugs and restart the process all over again. And so scanning people to make sure that we're not getting those drugs into the jail and overdoses in the jail is critical. We're saving lives doing this, just about catching people. So that did come with a maintenance fee. The first 3 years were actually in the purchase of the machine, and now there's an ongoing maintenance fee.
So if we were to reference your prior conversation about the new medical contract that includes medication, and we then turn over to Department
5330.
Thank you. Yeah, 53,000 medical and med labs. That has gone down over $120,000.
Yeah, 2 things I want you to know about this is the medicine there does not include the medicine from MAT. Our MAT program provides 2 medicines, 2 drugs that we use. One is Suboxone and the other one is methadone. This infuriates me and I hope it infuriates you. When an individual is in a treatment program or outside of the facility and they're on the methadone program, the state of Maine pays for it. The minute they step through their door, they don't pay for it. We pay for it out of your pocket. I fought this and fought this and fought this, trying to get the state of Maine to help us fund this to the tune of about $12,000 a month.
For sure, just to have the budget committee aware of this, if we look back at line item 4500, which is medical, surgical and dental, where the contract has increased it, it's highlighted in yellow. I'd like people to reflect on the 2025 actuals, which, if I'm not mistaken, is over what we had budgeted.
Yeah, or $500,000.
Which one are we talking about?
If we were at three lines down under Department 9 jail, on 4500 medical, surgical and dental. So the 2025 actual show is $2.257 million. You see where I'm at?
Down 1.1950, 1 million out of this.
And that piece is the cost that's going up at the hospital versus our contract. Our contract set in stone, that's not going to go up, that's not affected by the medicine. It is merely by what we're being charged outside services. That honestly can come from one person, right? We have folks in our facility that may be struggling or suffering with cancer, the treatments that come along with that. Again, those services, once they come into a jail, are cut off. And this, like, it solely comes out of our problem.
Most of the other highlighted areas are not large sums. But I do want to allow the budget committee the opportunity to ask any questions regarding the jail budget.
Sheriff Morton, I'm looking at these numbers. If we had a jail big enough, that we wouldn't have to house out our 64 inmates or farm them out, but then able to farm in 65 inmates, that would balance our budget.
So one of the serious issues that we have today, to be honest, is the facility, not just the numbers. And there's a lot of misinformation. I saw a pamphlet today saying we're looking at $200 million. So we also don't need a 500 bed jail. That's not accurate. What we need is a correctional facility that will give us efficiencies, both in the staffing needs and not bordering out inmates, taking those inmates back that are still back here, and allow us to work with other counties that are surrounding us, like the talk that's going on in a few other regions of our state about how can we do some regional services. So the last thing I'd want to do is go out to our folks and say, hey, we're building this, we're going to bring in money and we're going to make money. I think that's the wrong thing to do to our taxpayer. But having an efficient style facility, as you've heard me talk, I went to Indiana and toured 2 of the jails that we're looking at having designed. The way that the facility is operating today will be far more efficient than we'll ever do. I know it's going to save money. It's going to change how this continued upswing that I have no control, and the commissioners have no control will diminish. But we know that that's going to have to come with a bond. I'm hoping that when we look at when that bond comes, that we're able to divert what you already have in the budget. Not just generating all kinds of new money, but can we divert the $2.5 million from this line item of paying for Saginaw County Jail, and that we pay for our own, and that we provide a better service. And if we're doing it efficiently, can we reduce some of these medical costs? Can we reduce overtime costs? The boarding out fees do not even include the transportation 7 officers that run day and night. Day and night, 88% of those people are pre-trial. Means their court appearance could be tomorrow, the next day, we bag it and plead and we get help from the DA's office. We don't always get it from the court. We get notification that he or she is needed for court tomorrow. Oh, by the way, they're in Somerset. You got to go get them. It's a major challenge, but to answer your question, we need a correctional facility that is not larger, not to incarcerate more and more people, but is effective for today's correctional needs and also services the population that we already have. We're diverting through Main Creek. Arguably, criminal justice reform has had an impact. But we need something that takes care of the numbers that we know pre and post COVID, what those numbers are.
So we will take a few minutes after we vote on the jail budget to brief you on where we're at in that process. As many of you know, we have acquired an auction on land. And we now have a company that is a modular designer. So if we can get through the questions on the budget items, I then will take a few minutes where we can discuss that. I do have the former administrator, Mr. Adkins, that's willing to give you a little briefing, particularly for those of you who are new about what the jail CAP's history is and how we may have gotten to the point with this deficit. Anything else?
I apologize for being so animated about this conversation. I'm passionate about it. I was in front of our commissioners 13 years ago saying, whatever. We are in trouble. You folks know that we talk about this. I've been down to Augusta, testified dozens of times about the conditions for our jail and its current needs. We've tried to figure out other funding mechanisms and we will continue to do that. We can be part of that discussion. I'm encouraged by having Commissioner Cushing part of Maine County Commissioners that where all counties are talking at the same situation and how we can be more effective and efficient together. That's all good and great, but we have to deal with what's in front of us now. And what's in front of us now is what's occurred over the past decade of saying, you didn't do this and now it's costing us. We didn't do this, now it's costing us. We are throwing good money out the window, emergency money, because every repair that comes in that building is costing us twice as much. Every time we do something, it costs us twice as much. The linear style jail, why I beg you to come, and Matt and others, and many of you have come in and toured the jail to see it, and see how our staff is spread out all through the building. And the newest style jails, even down to 2 Rivers in Somerset, which by the way, newest jail in our state, 20 years old. It's built totally different. The design is totally different.
Questions regarding the budget?
On this 40-4500 medical, surgical and dental, the 2.47 billion there. That is separate from the 2.3 million that is projected for reporting costs of $5 million. This 2.47 is cost of taxpayers from an unfunded mandate coming out of Augusta.
So, well, many of them are unfunded mandates. There are 250 state standards on this, how to run the county jail. One of the things I hope is promising, but I still feel like it's way down the road, it's 2 years down the road, is the change in Medicaid expansion into our state. The state has applied, we're going through the process. The state is actually, this is one of the times I'm going to credit the state for doing something right. They've worked diligently with us. They are working through this application process to change that law. It's a law, it's not our choice. To change how Medicaid pays for in custody individuals. Instead of having that in our budget, if they receive those services on the outside, they should continue to receive that service to the inside. Let me just say this one more thing about our local law enforcement that I brought up. This is why I put my hands up all the time and get upset when we see law enforcement bringing somebody in a terrible condition. You know, wounds, open wounds on the leg, often related to substance use. And we are asking local law enforcement, please take them to the hospital to refer you bring them to the jail. Because if they're not treated, the minute they come through the door, guess what happens? We pay for it all and we got them at the hospital. And the outrage from my friends in law enforcement was huge. And some of you towns were upset saying, take everybody. And so that put pressure on the counties to the point that the Department of Corrections Commissioner put it in as a standard that said the sheriff cannot refuse it. Well, luckily for me, it's a standard, not a law. So, but that's a greater challenge when we're trying to work together. Those are things that.
I just.
Yeah, one moment, Councilor Balloon.
Okay, so regarding the medical costs, they lose their main care or whatever, and they go and become incarcerated. Is the county paying a full rate in the hospital or their?
Main care rate.
Okay, that's good.
Yep. However, if there are boarded inmates that are at another jail and they cannot get it provided with Medicaid rates, we are subjected to the rate that agency contracts for the service to that inmate.
Locally, when they go to East Main or St. Joe here, we're paying a main care rate. But think about that. You talk about inefficiencies. We have a staff person, that's what they do. They spend all this time, like, it sounds like we're medical coding, but it's a lot of money that we save by doing it.
I had Councilor Warren that had her hand up and then.
Well, I just wanted to say that I think that, in doing my research, this has been, like, meeting a new jail was even before your time, and you've been here for a good amount of time.
But I'm really young, but I know what you said.
Thank you. But at the end of the day, this is the leech that is really crushing us as communities. And, and just to echo what Sheriff said, if you have not been to a tour, I implore you. It's very eye-opening, and I will even say that I think it's your responsibility, because we have to collectively band together to figure out how we are going to help be a part of the solution as it relates to the jail and the situation that we're in.
Other questions, I do want to bring Administrator Atkins up to give you the history of the jail cap and how we have arrived at the situation.
Yeah. We just wanted to add another non-budget comment while we're talking about the jail. As the sheriff mentioned, it's like 250 standards within the last 2 months, and this has nothing to do with the condition of the jail. We had an inspection and evaluation by the state, and I think there were found no deficiencies in it. A perfect report.
Yeah, I want to be careful not to offend any other county, but in a facility that's fallen apart, we received a perfect 100 on our score. And people ask the question, how can you get 100 and have a facility that's in such bad disrepair? It's because our processes are we're following the standards, we're providing the services and respect for incarcerated individuals, hoping that, yes, we do put them on the greater path. This isn't about just locking people out. Bad people will be locked up, they will be working. But there are folks that we can put on a better path, and we want to do that. So I appreciate, Commissioner, that you brought that up. We received a perfect 100 that says we're trying to follow the processes. We're trying to be leaders of efficiency when it comes to things like whether it's our crowd services. We have the only day reporting program in the entire state. You know where I hold my day reporting? At a room that we rent in Berwick. A room we rent in Berwick. Day reporting is alternative sentencing when somebody's sentenced to jail. This is true jail diversion. They're sentenced to jail. They're supposed to be coming to jail. Representative Costain at the time, really, I went down and changed the furlough law that said, I want to give the sheriff authority to furlough people to programs that make sense. Almost 450 people have gone through that program without rearrest. And it's an incredible program, but I have to rent a room and Brew it, house it, because there's no place for us to do it in our personal campus. These are the things that we can be doing better, and we hope that a correctional facility that is set up for today's needs will allow us to continue to get even more creative.
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Atkins.
All right, so let's try to do this 60 seconds or less. However, I didn't take into account that last cookie I ate. They were very good, by the way. A couple of things. One is the different part. You're gonna have to listen up because I'm gonna talk fast. That's and Mr. Collins and my mentor, my former boss, and my buddy. If I miss something, just kind of. But all right, here it goes. Almost feel like I want to sing it. So back in 0809, the counties were tasked with developing a budget. And the promise was that once you establish this budget, that was your county cap. And because the number, I've seen this, I believe it was 5,919,118, something like that. But you and I both know anyways, if we're lying, then, right, somebody might look it up. Each year, here's the caveat, that we're really explaining why we keep going back to unfunded mandates. Those in the municipal world will understand when it says, the state's promises. So the state promised that each year they would provide a growth factor. If your budget was within that growth factor, you were all set. If it was outside that growth factor, then it would be reviewed, which we later got to know as scrubbing, because obviously here is where the rubber kind of met the road. We never received a growth factor, even today. We have not, so from 08, 09 until today. Somewhere along the way, there were a few $1 million added to it. So if you look into your budget, budget books today in Department 21, the jail cap, I think right now it's presented like 12.5 million. But well, 12.6. So that's quite an increase from just under 6 million to 12.6.
That's Department 21 for those.
Right, that's your deal cap. As the sheriff said, the boarding costs on our current facility, those are simply going to go up, as you may have read or not seen in the news. Some jails are already making deals with other jails, and so some supply and demand, that's going to go up, the cost per day. Medical, as I was talking to the Councilor LaChance, that's something that every year, pretty much over the course of time, there's always been some sort of push to provide another one of those mandated statutes that are mandated what do you call it? Standards, jail standards, yes, thank you, sir. That need to be addressed. So you'll see that's where this jail cap and the issue with it has really got out of control. In about 6 or 7 years, have I hit 60 seconds yet? Okay, about 6 or 7 years ago, the jail budget started to develop where we put in what was called a revenue deficit. That was actually a recommendation from the state to recognize that. That, as you see, up to last year, has grown to $3.4 million in 2025. It will be realized in the actuals for this year, and it's probably a little bit worse. So that's where we take you now to 3.4 is part of today's major increase, this year's major increase. Another 600,000 added to that out of the 22 expense proposal, budget proposal. Get you to 4. I think the treasurer alluded to earlier, that's 4 of the 5 million. That's where we sit today. So, any questions? I know there was a lot of information real quick. A lot of you have heard it before,
So is it fair to say that I'm reading this right, that that potentially the jail kind of owes the county almost $7 million?
yeah, so what Councilor Warren is looking at are the financials from the general ledger in 24. Sorry to get my numbers straight here. At the end of 24, on the books, yes, the jail owes the county a substantial amount of money. So for those of you in the business world or accounting world, that account was it's in the AR section, really. It's a bad debt. The money's not coming. So the only place that gets written off is the bottom line, which again, those of you in the business world, accounting world, finances is your equity, is your fund balance. That's why the county, after that's cleared out, is probably 4.5 to 5. Somebody mentioned that earlier today, I think, my friend from Brewer, finance director Russell there, Bustle there, mentioned it earlier. That's at the end of 24. So you can add another 3, because I alluded to earlier, the revenue, the actual deficit from the jail this year is going to be much closer to 3.5 to 3.6 than not. So start adding that together. That means your overall fund balance after everything shakes out, if I had to throw some quick numbers together, would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 7 million negative. So that's why there's a lot of concern about this, because it'd be like the equivalency if you go to the bank trying to borrow money and you have a division that's bleeding you $3.5 million. You've exhausted all your equity savings. You have a plan. What is your plan? What is the game plan to get out of it?
And fund, you mentioned fund balance, just to get some clarity. How much money is in fund balance?
Right now, undesignated,
once the audit is done, that's what I said, I would estimate somewhere between 6 to 7 million negative. There is another fund, the escrow fund is about 3 million, so again, if you take all divisions within the county, you're still 4 plus 5 million. Negative fund balance overall.
And that you mentioned another word, audit. I know that there's been a plan and we've been getting caught up. I think that most of the municipalities around the table would say that, you know, our finance directors want us to have it done within 6 months or so.
Sure, yep.
Do we know what that plan is gonna look like as we go forward and where we stand with getting caught up on audits?
I'm gonna let the treasurer handle that one with the latest information.
We plan to have 24, right?
Yeah.
Then, once we get 24, we'll work on some. Yeah. Yeah, the field work, but that's been done. So it's 23, the field work for 23 has been done. It's in the accountant's hands now, and they're wrapping that up. And that's was promised to me by the end of December. And then we'll do 24 right after that. So hopefully by mid-year next year, we'll have 24 done. And then we'll go right into 25.
The bulk of the difficult audit work has already been completed.
Right.
These last couple of years should be fairly simple.
Yeah.
And I might as well keep going with one more question. You know, when I think about, like, I know that our fund balance, we have $14 million. And we think about the quandary that we're in, where the jail continues to go in the wrong direction for $1 million and one legitimate reasons. My concern is, how are we going to be able to go to bond if we are showing these kind of financials? We're kind of almost, I would almost say that we might be in that space where that will be a very difficult thing to even obtain, so that we can get, and then what are we gonna do? You know, I mean, the potential of ending up like another county that we don't want to end up like.
Yeah, no, fortunately, I think we're a few steps ahead of them still, but my advice, as I've shared with many of you, there needs to be a financial plan developed yesterday. Even maybe the day before yesterday.
Part of that discussion comes down to how we address our fiscal year.
Right, yeah, that should include an immediate conversion to a fiscal year, it's off of the calendar year, immediate conversion to a fiscal year. And then again, from there, I think you show it, you know, 4, 5, 6 years out, as we see it, kind of turn into, you know, the sheriff correctional facility. So that you can see it on paper. That's exactly what any loaner would want you to have, any bank or bond. Council would want to see is a game plan down on paper. Everybody would be able to see how that then converts from all the expenses that we have today, rolls right into a bond payment. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it's gonna be, you know, dollar for dollar, but it's gonna be pretty darn close, as we talked about a lot of those expenses today. And then over 5 years from now, your boarding rate, I can imagine it being about 50. If not, maybe, you know, the only reason it probably wouldn't be higher than that is because it just wouldn't be feasible. The real question would be, is are there room? So.
You know, there's one other small piece that could make a huge difference, and we've been fighting for years, if the state would pay their fair share of this. Right, we work through this stuff. The Department of Corrections, we developed what they call the SSI. And it's also security. It is state sanctioned in.
Right.
We allow the Department of Corrections to develop the definition. What I mean by state sanctioned inmate is, if somebody comes into our facility tomorrow and they're arrested with murder, there's no chance in the world the person arrested with murder will ever end up in the county jail. But that person ends up being in our facility for 2 or 3 years until that case is done, and then they're transferred to the state prison. In the 90s, early 90s, there was a formula that looked at this, and they said the state should be paying the county X amount of money for those inmates. The ones that are staying in county jails for these extended periods of time that the county will house. That fund never changed for decades. That model didn't change for decades. And then we went in and there were some changes to that funding source. And they increased after years that it had, but it still didn't catch up with today's needs. And so we come back again with the state funding thing, and they said, all right, what we want you to do. We want you to audit your jail populations for an entire year based on the SSI, state sanctioned inmate. And then you come back and say, how much, if the state was paying me $100 a day, how much would they pay us? They were shocked at the cost. It was double what the state was paying us. So they said, your numbers must be wrong, do it again. We did it again, we did it with another entire year, and that entire focus was off again. And so that's one area that we could tap into potentially.
That or another revenue source would certainly help expedite that business plan. I mean, something like that can be done, you know, that wouldn't get done within a year, maybe 2 years, but that would also enhance your business plan.
So did the state start pennying up to the new calculator amount, or did they just say?
If they did, we wouldn't be having this discussion tonight, but yeah.
I still believe in Santa Claus. I get it quite quickly, that's not the only reason we're having discussions, I mean. We're gonna vote, this committee tonight is looking at jail care. And they're gonna vote, I think they'll probably support this because we don't have a lot of other options. Because the only reason we're having that discussion tonight is because we've depleted reserves and we don't have any other option. So I can see in 2020, and I've been on this committee for a number of years as a city council. And I can understand in 21, we had $900,000 overrun in the jail cap. You know, we're thinking, okay, the state's gonna fund it. They didn't. 22, it was a little, it was 1.2 million. We're thinking, okay, maybe they're gonna fund it, but then we're over $2 million that we've got depleted the reserve. How come in the last 2 years, how did this happen? How this committee that reviewed it to say it was okay, well, how did this continue to happen? And we got to the point where we're at today, we're looking at a $4 million and 20% hike on us for this balance out. The budget committee that reviewed this figure. Is that correct? The budget committee, sorry, right?
It certainly wasn't scrutinized or examined as much as it was tonight, which, you know, hindsight being 2020, it should have, but the information was there. It was a discussion. Again.
How do we pass the budget without funding? Because then you have it's not a balanced budget, so we went over the jail cap, we passed the budget, but it was not funded. So
It's the jail cap is in the budget, and so the concentration on the actual jail budget was flat.
right, but it was never explained, right, but it was never, it seemed like it should have been explained to the budget committee at some point. But it's in the, we're paying it, but we're not putting it in the budget.
Well,
I don't know who was responsible, somebody has to be responsible.
well, but to piggyback on that, and although there was a mention of there's a balanced budget that's passed, but when you look at the budget calculation sheet, there's transfers in from revenue or tab 49, $465,000. And then when you look at tab 49, that $465,000 is coming from fund balance. Fund balance, you just said, is already negative $4 million. So when we look at this budget calculation sheet, where is that $465,000 gonna come from?
Historically, it's been covered through the operations. It's created enough of a surplus either through fees or in other areas that it's covered it. The last couple of years, it has not.
So theoretically, I'm probably gonna shut up after this. Theoretically, you know, we've got a big deficit. We're all going to be having to eat a serious amount of increase. And this budget here doesn't even fully cover the full amount because there is $500,000 that's almost missing from this. Is that true?
It's missing. The likelihood of covering all of it is probably slim, yes.
So we'll be, you know, there's potential that we're gonna be moving further in the other direction, like wait, there's not really enough to cover, if this isn't really, but by true intent, this isn't really a fully balanced budget by almost $500,000. I'm just wondering.
Well, the game plan is balanced, and you could look at that and say that, yeah, there's certainly questions. However, you know, again, this is a situation where it's taken a number of years to get into the hole. to correct it in 1 year, as we continue to hear, was not really an option. So what's presented before you is sort of, really to stop the bleeding at this point. Yeah, yeah. And again, Commissioner Trumbull, this was a discussion the last couple of years. Particularly, I know it's been presented, but nobody really.
Discussion was always,
This is
well, the
budget.
jail cap's gonna be a problem, it's gonna be a problem, it's gonna be a problem, it was never explained to us, this budget can be a problem. I mean, that don't read it. And I mean, as Councilor Brewer said, this, I'm not sure, this committee might do a cash flow analysis, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to get a TAN. Be able to cover it, pay back a TAN in 2026, if we're gonna, we don't have the money in. How can we get a TAN and pay it back? We're putting forth budgets like this.
Yeah,
I'm not
and that's another great.
a financial analyst, but we've got some people that know more about it than I do.
And that's another point where this discussion was certainly communicated with the commission when we were going for TAN. Outlined, highlighted. I'm not so sure how much clearer it could have been delivered.
Yes, Ellen.
I tend to oversimplify things greatly. You're telling us that we've been robbing Peter's department to pay Paul's department. I'm assuming, or we've got a big pile of unpaid bills. Which is.
We don't have unpaid.
The bills are paid, yeah,
Glad to hear that,
yes.
but some other departments are running short to fund that, is that correct?
Well, there have been reserves that have been tapped. Again, we were fortunate due to the ARPA money.
Right.
And the fact that we were investing that, it has bought us some additional time. But the meal's over, the check's on the table.
Cash flow has been allowed to extend a little bit further because I mentioned earlier the $3 million plus escrow fund and fund three. So that is actually cash flow that was held on, so that's kind of been able to extend things beyond the fund balance in such a dire strain. But that should be a concern as it moves forward, that the next TAN can be a very difficult one.
Representative Foster has his hand up.
Oh, excuse me, and if the state mandates what we do with our jails and how we fund them, and do they have some statutory obligation to fund a percentage of those in the same way they do 100% for schools?
No.
Nothing there. No.
I'm not aware of any statutory obligation, though.
The only statutory obligation is the aforementioned $20.4 billion that they currently given us. And that has remained constant for the last 5 years with no supplemental operations money coming as it did prior to COVID. This administration and the legislatures that have supported the budgets have, and each year, the Maine County Commissioners and the sheriffs have advocated for additional funding because they have recognized these problems, and we believe that our legislature would recognize their obligation, and they have failed to do that for 3 cycles now, fighting the budget. So we were now in the 6th year. Last year, through the efforts of some very dedicated people, some county administrators, former legislator Solomon Millett, and some of us that advocated for, there were 3 bills before the legislation funding. The Criminal Justice Committee understood the impact and unanimously submitted a bill for an additional $4 million per year. Not what we asked for, but it was at least recognition. It got to the appropriations table and never was included in the budget. So we are faced with a dogma that is forced on us by state requirements that is being placed on the back of the property taxpayer. And if you have reached the level of irritation and anger that some of us have, hold on to that, because in January, we need to make this a priority. This cannot continue to be put back on municipal taxpayers to fund a system that is not, it's not a functional model. While we are obligated to provide this, we are not given the due consideration that is needed. I don't want to bang on this too much, and it brings back a lot of concern as to what's going on. And I know Representative Foster had his hand up, and then I'll come back.
A couple of things, another question, that's, Mr. Trumbull mentioned. I don't recall, in my time on this, budget committee, this being brought to the public concern. Probably should pass. Matter of fact, I think that I can remember the discussions around out of state. It was a normal meeting. And in that regard, the Senate President currently to a bill that she put in as a committee, if you will, working group that's working on property tax relief in the state of Maine. Property tax office. Certainly, this is a big area for all counties. Both parties, represented by both parties to address our. I just sent a text to Senator Housing to the chair of the taxation committee. And also leading that effort that gives the areas where you might think about some things. But as I suggested at the meeting that was held not too long ago, sat down and talked about it. The jail and sheriff's dilemma with the budget. County store. Areas like Bangor have representatives that are in the majority party that can bring this forward. Those of us who aren't, who have supported the efforts of the sheriff's department and the county commissioners in not just Oswego County, are unable to get those solutions through. So maybe there's the hope in this next session. My question is, and I believe you've probably read the letter from folks from Bradley. And I've heard from others that say, how can we possibly do this all in one shot? With what the property tax payers are faced with in our already, this kind of error. My question is, do you commissioners feel that this is the only, the least painful, if you will, option that you are proposing here tonight? And or it's not a one-time fix, as far as I understand. We add this to the budget now. It stays there the year, it doesn't. Because I don't think it'll come back down because we address the problems. We just address the part of the problem.
Yes, so what you'd be doing is covering the deficit, so you basically increase. Then what you'd be facing in future years are the annual increases like we normally talk about.
So the $4 million is a one-shot deal.
That builds a new base.
Well, the four.
Yeah.
So, in other words, it's not a one-shot.
Right.
Technically,
Not 4 million.
3.4 of it is, yeah, 3.4 of it is covered. Again, like the other 600,000 is annual increase to their budget. Right.
It does nothing to replenish either.
No, that needs to be done over time.
Just political.
Yeah.
It's not like.
Yeah.
One shot.
Yeah. Right.
Must, so it's bring down some state.
Anything less than that's gonna be cash,
Still.
cash flow.
Yeah, cash flow and equity, yeah. Yeah, because that's what's creating the hole,
That's when you're ready to not pay the bills.
right? So if you cut it by $1 million, you're gonna have to borrow at least another $1 million, which is gonna be money's expensive to borrow now. The TAN is probably already at a point where it could be questionable. With success and then in the end, unless things change. You could look at another roughly $1 million, maybe $1 million plus, a little bit less, or around $1 million. Again, negative. Your equity.
And remember, I wait 10 months before I get paid. So everything from January to October is all borrowed money.
Well, and that's why there needs to be a change in
Just
In
one
the fiscal year.
but it's gonna have, but there's gonna be a piece of that that's gonna be
6 months, it's gonna have to pay.
paid by the municipality.
That's 6 months in advance, what's going on.
We need to strategize that. Really,
That's on the other side of the coin. And we'd like that money.
well, hoping, like Troy said, if we do this bump.
I understand
We're hoping
I understand that, but the voter out there doesn't get it.
I know, but again, it's gonna make it worse down the road. Telling you.
Further questions? Yes, Susan? We will give you that.
I'm not a member of anything, but I am
Country
a
citizen.
member of many things, and a resident of North Cook County. So the average annual deficit for the jail between the county's got, like, it's not $3.4 million. What is it, the annual?
Average over this period that I would say between 4 to 5 years, I would have to estimate. Quick totals, man, just shy of 2.
Accumulated whole, this $3.4 million we're seeking to fund is next year would more likely be 400,000, not 3.4 million. Is that correct?
Probably closer to 6 based upon.
But still not 3.4.
It has accumulated.
The 3.4 is the accumulation, that's the new base, it's built every year, we're not getting 9 million there. So the 3.4 is just what the difference from last year was.
I'm trying to help this gentleman's question, which
Yeah.
was, is it gonna stay?
Yeah, well, from there.
No, because it would go from funding a $3.4 million hole to funding a $600,000 hole.
No, it doesn't fill the hole, it just takes care of this year, it's still a $6 million.
Still bought 15 million, wouldn't you? All depends on how much you want to pay.
Scott? What am I?
Well, I think I know what you're asking me, so the 3.4 is, let me explain it this way, the 3.4, where that number comes from. Is, if you look at your books, is last year's revenue deficit. Which that number has been in there every year, and I know it hasn't been pointed out as much as we're talking about tonight. But in prior years, nobody took the can away. And this year I had to take the can away, the treasurer and I decided we had to take the can away. And that's what developed the letter going out. So this is where this is all developed from. That 3.4 from 2025 is the base, that's what stops the bleeding. So in 26, according to the sheriff's budget, how much more does he need to fund in 26? That's 600,000. So moving forward with a new base, let's just say he only needs another 600,000 next year, or 500,000, whatever. That's the increase, not the full. Is that what the question is?
Full 3.4 that you.
No, right, that's the, it will be there though. It will stay there. But you don't add another 3.4 on top of that, no. Okay, that's what I thought you were asking, but
I didn't help you, because the answer is 3.4 continues.
Right.
They are not.
yeah, it stays there, yeah, it's the, yeah, it's a new base. Yeah.
If I may, there's another gentleman that I'm gonna allow to introduce himself and ask a question.
Yeah, thank you very much, John Williams, the metropolis of Clifton. Just one question on, it sort of relates to this conversation and then Commissioner Trundle's point. So if I'm not mistaken by the increases in the math, $1 million is roughly a 4% increase. So to dig out of the hole, right, to restore us to a positive equity position, we're talking a 50% increase, right? And have we talked to bond counsel and or our bankers on the implications of setting a budget that does not return us to a positive equity position.
When we had that discussion, Mr. Chair.
Do we have to see what happens?
At 20%, we're having this discussion, I can't imagine, I wouldn't even dare present it.
Well, correct, but
But
be able to
Yeah.
Commissioner Trumbull's point. about
Right.
your financial institutions.
this is why I feel that the best effort towards that is to switch to a fiscal year. That helps turn around and improve your cash flow immediately. That also shows that you're making changes, and then again, that 5 to 6 year as we go into the new facility. That is the best advice that I can give at this point, to show you have to, if you don't do anything, if we just sit and we just pass this budget and we don't do a plan for the future, shame on us. Because all we're doing is repeating the same behavior that we've done for the last 2 or 3 years, which is kick the can down the road. So this is why we're all together, because we're all people here ready to make the tough decisions. So let's put a plan on paper. And when we do this, the communities and the county work together. I think it will bring confidence to the banks. It should bring a little more confidence to the bond counts to show this, but without it, I think you're dead in the water. I think we are. We're dead in the water without it. We have to do it.
Counselor, right now, I have a good relationship. Bang, we get the team. So I have that relationship that I can kind of maneuver there. I don't know what happens tonight. Sets whatever I gotta do next month.
Councilor Chance.
Did commissioners come here tonight prepared for, with a plan to transition to fiscal year starting July 1 in next year or following year?
Not tonight, we're here to address this, so we know where the base is that we start. It's clear that it needs to be done.
That does, in my opinion, I think that's what we need to do, but it doesn't really change the county's financial condition. It just means you don't have to borrow as much because the money gonna come in at the beginning of towards the beginning of the fiscal year, not at the end, so if financial conditions. So it's gonna be the same.
Of the municipalities. I'm gonna allow another gentleman, the other to be kind of introduce yourself and have.
Councilor Bradley. And I heard the number of 9 million after 2025, 25. Can you just explain that a little bit more around the community's accumulated budgets?
So your question is regarding a figure of $9 million that you have come to understand.
That's the only place I can think that would, I'm not sure where that's coming from, sir. So if it's 9 million, maybe what would be sort of an accumulated loss over the number of years. So, which again, when I was asked a question about the average, I knew it was somewhere between 9 and 10, 4 or 5 years, so we're right around, on average, if it matters, is roughly around 2. A little under, a little over. That's what that is. The important piece to that though, and Commissioner Trumbull is absolutely correct. But again, I'm gonna point out, you can't get out of this hole all in once. And we just, a great example of why, we have 50-60% budget. And that's not gonna flow. But we need to develop a game plan to take stage 1, stop the bleeding, this sort of triage mode, we stop the bleeding. Then you develop a game plan where if you can, we look at efficiencies. The major turnaround is not gonna happen until we get this new facility. Well, okay, so to remain unbiased until we get out of using the current facility, because that is dragging us down. It drug us down for so many years operationally. Now what you're seeing, and it's really stinging I can see from the emotions in this room. Trust me, I've been explaining it for the last 2 or 3 years. We're now seeing the financial. This is what was coming. We're now seeing the financial, and this is when we tend to pay attention, right? Because when it hits our pockets. Now we're seeing, we can't get out of the complete hole all at once. Let's stop the bleeding, and in hope, go back with the 465,000. So if you look at years prior and that's the number, I mean, gosh, I remember Collins, it was close to $1 million at one point, right?
And we slowly worked it back down of that transfer. We never physically transferred because the budget had enough fluff to carry it. So those are the surpluses that will go back in and turn around that undesignated fund balance. So all those years that operationally, we'll say we weren't doing things, we could have been doing things better. It's going to take a number of years to correct it. But we have to stop the bleeding first.
Additional questions?
We don't think the state's gonna pay back all that, or give you all that money from all those years in the past?
But, here's, if we have a plan, it's a working plan, we can adjust that maybe like that. And it doesn't have to be to go after them for additional, per se, monies in the current form. The sheriff thought about another revenue. That will take a couple of years, if not more, to develop. But that's within that plan. And if you can at least start that conversation, start those efforts, people will see. The ones that are gonna loan us the money, they will see that you're making positive changes. If we don't, it's our own damn fault. But
Having spent some time in Augusta advocating for this, there are people who understand and appreciate it. It's just not going up the chain far enough.
I've been asked a couple of times from municipalities, talking about hindsight 2020, and how come the counties have never done it? Listen, right, MMA was behind this. MMA backed this whole original idea right from the start. I was,
Maybe start asking.
I know, but I'm just saying for those.
Big hospitals, why were they gonna pay the jail?
Exactly. So we have to band together, we have to figure out another way to do it.
There's a person in this room that was instrumental in the LD1 fight to get funding at 55% through that referendum. How long did it take after that was passed, Susan, before we actually started to see 55%?
Passed it in 2001. Was it either one or one, and it was 2023 or 4. I know, I was the president and that name would be different, but it was.
The reality is we cannot depend on the state. They're sitting on $1 billion on the fund. If they gave us at 3%, just what they're getting the interest of that $1 billion, it wouldn't solve the problem, but it sure would right the ship for a lot of. You think that's gonna happen? I doubt they'll see the $8 million they need for Washington County. I'm very.
Like, if we don't get, we don't get money set down. Other than getting.
Well, we did, real estate transfer tax.
So we will perhaps have an explanation of that in a later point, but we're facing the reality right now. We have before us the jail budget. I'm going to ask if there are, don't go too far. I'm going to ask if there are other questions, Representative O'Halloran.
I just have to ask, is there anything we possibly can cut?
Well, I would have to ask some of the larger communities in this room whether they're prepared to assist the treasurer with tax payments during the year to staunch the impact of the can and the level we'll need to get through September.
That doesn't change the tax.
You're correct, but we're talking about the cash flow is not sustainable without some action. Because as you've heard tonight, the current funding model for the jail is stripped away our.
I just want to say, I appreciate, I am very much support, but I do appreciate the balance budget in the town. For sure, and I can tell that there's a lot of work and a lot of sacrifice that has gone into this, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. So I just said that it's appreciated.
Really, you're saying that, and I know that all of you who have either served or are currently serving as trying to do your diligence, we have probably not provided the proper environment in the past for this to be done. That is why we changed the format of the budget hearing tonight. And then instead of going item by item and you had a chance to understand the reality of what we're facing here. So. Other question? I will now ask for a motion regarding the jail budget.
So moved.
The motion would be to approve the jail budget as presented. Is there a second? I have a second. Any discussion regarding the proposed budget?
Oh, we need to know, maybe,
So I'm sorry, the first was by Councilor Pennington, the second was by Councilor Elizabeth. It is Department 9 that we are addressing. Just to clarify, Mr. And we have to go to the 21 jail cap.
Yeah, that's technically the one that's in the budget, but if you vote for this budget, that number is the jail cap. But you can throw it into one, or you should still have a goal like 21, yeah.
So I think we'll take jail number 9 first, because that was the right. Okay. At this point, because of the significance of this, I'm going to do a roll call. You're prepared? Okay. You're at the beginning of the table, Councilor Mitchell. Your vote, please. We have a yay. Councilor Hamworth. Councilor Ewing. Representative Dill.
Yay.
Representative O'Halloran. Councilor Mayor Pause. Councilor Falou. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Councilor Henning.
Yes.
Representative.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor LaChance.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
I believe that is the full budget committee that is present. Thank you. Everyone, we have unanimous of those voting. Are there any objections or abstentions? Seeing none, we've completed the vote on that. We will now move on to jail cap 21. Based upon your actions, I would entertain a motion regarding the jail cap. What do you want to say? Jail cap as is. Councilor Ewing has made a motion. Do I have a second? A second from Councilor LaChance. Discussion on the jail cap.
This doesn't do anything to put forward the chair of the jail.
Just that is the budget. This is based upon the formula for funding of the jail. Understood. Are there any questions? Other questions regarding the jail cap? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. All we have a motion, sorry. Entertain the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Unanimous of those present. At this point, we need a little break because we will now be going to discuss the items that I have referred to as the consent agenda, and I want to give you a chance to speak among yourselves or with any departments that you may wish to have a further review of their department. Please look those over. Hey. Well, I don't. I did this. I will ask. Thank you for those of you who are toughing it out here. We're in the home stretch. As I mentioned earlier, we have a number of other areas that are on what we are referring to tonight as the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes several sections. I will first ask generally if there are items that the budget committee or commissioners wish to withdraw and have presentations on that are currently listed on the consent agenda. Mr. Marshall?
Let me get my budget thing, my note.
I believe Department 10 registered deeds.
Well, what people, registered deeds,
And I believe also Department 7 finance. Department 7 finance, was that also on your list to draw?
Yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. So I have 2 items. Are there other items that the budget committee wishes to withdraw from the consent agenda? The way we will operate is we will withdraw these, we will have the hearings. I will come back and ask you if there's anything else that has come to your attention. So this is not your last chance to withdraw anything, it's your first. And the agenda has items on the back as well. They're divided into subsections or subcategories. So at this point, I would ask the registered deeds that you would come forward and provide us with your brief and succinct presentation. Susan Goulet, Department 10. One of our favorite departments because it generates revenue.
My favorite department. My name is Susan Goulet, I'm the Register of Deeds. I have been the Register of Deeds for over 30 years. And I still love it, so here I am. So this is Department 10. My expenses are flat funded. There's no increase in those lines, so I have enough for my staff. I have a very small staff. I have myself, my deputy, and 2 clerks, and we do 40,000 documents a year. Now, the county to the south of us, they do 20,000 documents a year, which is half of what I do, and they have 5 people. So my staff is very efficient, we work, we get the job done, and my budget provides us with the tools that we need to do that. So the expenses are flat funded, and that's just fine with me. Our revenues. We have been budgeting 1.1 million for revenues, that's what it was last year. This year in the legislature, the registers put in and advocated for a bill that would increase our fees, and that was passed. But at the same time, the legislature decided that transfer tax laws needed to be made more complicated. So they have done that, they have put in some additional exemptions such as first-time home buyers, mobile home parks. They did increase transfer tax on properties that sell for over $1 million, which we have very few residential properties at that price, we have some commercial properties. At the same time, they lowered the county's share of transfer tax from 10% to 9.2%. So I have absolutely no idea what that's gonna do to my revenue. If that's gonna mean more money or less money or the same. So I'm hoping that you folks will keep my revenue at 1.1 million. I honestly have no clue.
Questions for the register? Once again, the good Lord giveth and the good Lord taketh away.
Or the legislature.
I just want to say, good work and thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you very much. And by the way, I am one of the lowest paid department head in the county.
Easy. Would I take your comment as a potential motion to approve department's head?
Sorry.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll wait till she gets her. There you go.
One minute on the record.
It will not be submitted in this budget, although we do appreciate greatly what she does both in the role and for the county.
Yes, I work with her a lot.
I'm sure you do. Be grateful for all the business you bring to, but as a realtor. Okay, but we have a motion, motion was Councilor LaChance. Representative O'Halloran was the second, some well-intentioned amendment that we're not going to recognize.
I have to written down.
So we have the motion, we have the second, do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you very much, and I hope to be back next year with a higher revenue projection. But we'll see.
We will be grateful for that. The next item removed from the consent agenda will be Department 7 Finance. Our new finance director, Brenda Palmer. Thank you for joining us. Yours is Department 7 in those who have a binder or have a copy of the budget. Perhaps you should be able to highlight some of the things, Brenda, that you are doing in your department to increase efficiency and make some changes that were perhaps prior to your place.
Great, thank you. Yes, so as the commissioner said, I'm Brenda Palmer, unlike Susan, I've only been here 7 months, 30 years.
It feels like 30.
Yeah, pretty much. So, so I am hiring for an assistant deputy, assistant finance director, if anyone, at the end, that's looking for.
Excuse me, Brenda, can't hear me.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's me. So I am looking to hire a new assistant, if anyone knows about it, with Joyce County. So salaries are a little bit in flux. I'm sure those numbers are going to change a little bit as we go through the year. The biggest increase to the budget is we purchased a new general ledger accounting system in 2024, so it was before I came on. We are just starting the implementation of it. We really had to move on from Trio. It was just not meeting our needs anymore. The customer service was getting really bad and the functionality was not really up to what we needed. So we're moving on to a product called Edmunds. So we really hope that this is we expect this will increase our efficiency. And currently, we're doing a lot on paper. We're going to start moving more to electronic formats. So I do have a fairly lean staff. Right now it's just 2 full-time people. I'll be looking for a third, and I have a part-time payroll person. So we are pretty lean already. I don't expect to really lose anyone, at least initially. But I am confident that we will be much more efficient. We'll be doing more analytical work and less errors and less just less manual work.
And we're also taking on a piece of the HRIS system that Director Dyer talked to you about earlier tonight. So the payroll falls under my department, and so the time and attendance piece of it is in my budget, or at least I think half of it. And that we know, we've seen firsthand the efficiencies that will create. My payroll coordinator worked with a different county that already has that, and she was amazed. She was so happy when she came back, and something that would take her hours, took like 1 hour. And again, moving away from manual work, less errors, just more efficient. The other increase in the budget that we had to put in was on the auditing fees. And that's just, fees have gone up, that's all. And that's kind of beyond our control. But again, I am hopeful with our more efficient systems. One of the things I'm hoping that we can utilize is give the auditor direct access, like a read-only access, so they may not have to drive down from the county, or that maybe they only stay for 1 day instead of 3. So I am hoping, that some of those costs will pay off. I think everything else was pretty much flat funded. Those were the big ticket items. Anybody have any questions?
Questions for Department 7, the treasurer finance. Treasurer, do you have anything to add? Or good with that state? Yeah. Excellent report. At this point, I would then entertain a motion regarding Department 7. I'll jump in once.
So
I have a motion from Councilor Bishop, second, I believe, from Councilor Ewing. Further discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say it. Raise your hand. Simon says. And Brenda, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, this is my second call regarding the budget, the agenda we have on the consent agenda. Others, you want to find what I did with my consent agenda? Yeah.
32.
32. 32 would be in section. Facilities. They are removing facilities. Building improvements, yes. Other items that you would like a report on?
I'm sorry, hold on just 1 minute. Okay, I'm
Go ahead. Is that the one you would intended?
Yes.
Okay.
So, there's been several mentions tonight about we're not gonna find $1 million, we're not gonna find $1 million, and I absolutely understand that. The hard, fast truth for most of us is we are going to have to go back to our cities and towns, and we're going to have to look where we're going to be able to produce things, where we're going to be able to alter how we're doing things. And I noted in the note from Scott, where there was discussion about the allocation under the building improvements. Say about 120. I know it's not 120,000 is not a whole lot, but at the end of the day, I will use this as an example, and as ridiculous as it sounds, years ago when I was at the bank, things were tight. We weren't, things in 07, 08 weren't the way that we all wanted it to be, and we literally were making decisions to say we're not going to order as many ink pens. Like it was literally that way, and so. I'm curious to know if there's line items that, no, we can't find $1 million, but can we find something? And so is that a possibility? I know that was written in his notes, and it seems like, there's some flexibility with that.
It's a valid question. Mr. McDonald, do you want to address what some of your upcoming needs are? or projects are and what we're facing?
Sure, currently renovating, sections of the bottom floor of the Franklin Street building. We will end up using some of those building improvement money for that. In my capital improvement plan, we have a plan to do some paving around the county within the next 5 years. We could certainly cut some of that. I think building improvement right now is at 80,000 and we wanted it at 40. I would hesitate to completely eliminate it, but because we will be spending some of the money that has been put aside in the previous years. And just so you know, we've spent some of that in previous years. A recent boiler replacement. We're seeing huge savings in gas and electrical because of the money we spent to replace the boilers. So I do understand where you're coming from. I know my taxes have gone up significantly and everyone else is the same boat. The reason I'm hesitant of completely eliminating both of those is when will we be able to return it? I could cut half of each or more, which just know that there are future projects. These buildings are very, very old and they're very, very expensive to repair. If you look at my other budget, you'll see some increases because of what we find every time we start repair. But I am open to do what I can. It's not a million, but it is good. We can certainly do something.
So you have two ongoing projects on campus now, one being on the second floor.
Right below us, yes, the rooms, we used to be the commissioner's room when we met the previous year. We've gutted that room and we're changing that into office space. That also has found, we found some issues in that space that's gonna cost a little bit more than we had planned, so.
Fortunately, not as much as you thought when asbestos was considered a problem.
Correct, we thought we had asbestos, PCBs and lead paint, we only have lead paint, so. It's not great news, but it's certainly not as bad as it could have been. We will have a plan to deal with what the issues we have in the next day or so. But again, we're certainly willing to make an adjustment to do our part.
And the Franklin Street complex will house the civil control divisions, which will free up space for the pretrial in the current area they occupy. Is that
correct? The bottom floor of the annex building behind us will be basically down on Franklin Street. Not quite sure what's going to happen with the bottom floor of the annex. Hopefully not. The level of changes won't be huge. I see the sheriff saying no. So yes, efficiencies. The reason we got it in Franklin Street is it didn't meet any ADA requirements or any of the current code that we have today. So it's necessary work, sure. And that will use some of the money, like I said, in that building improvement fund.
Am I reading this correctly, that there's about 1.1 that is in reserves?
I think between buildings and just the parking lot, that might be accurate. I would ask perhaps Mr. Atkins if he has some clarity on that.
Yeah, it looks like I updated, obviously one going between the two. It's showing parking lot at just under $500,000 and buildings of moving over 700,000. Again, those could be interchanged, so I'm not aware of any $500,000 needed in paving.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
Yeah, we certainly don't need 1 point whatever million.
I believe my recommendation to, as one option was to, just to show good faith, was to remove this. In the 26 budget. And return it through the work of the municipal county, budget. Work group that develops that financial plan, kind of, bring it back. And in the meantime, let's suggest that the director, share a capital plan and take a look at that. That'll help determine how fast it's gonna repair.
Am I correct from my recollections when we first had the budget workshop that 1 percentage point on of reduction in the budget would require savings of $250,000? Is that a fairly?
Yes, yes, my question, I'm looking at it says, yes.
So 100,000 would generate about a 0.4% reduction in.
Yup, that gets you darn close to 18. Right?
Yeah.
As I said,
At this
another
point-
chart sticking me on, I mean, it's getting there.
At this point, I will open up for discussion. I think every rational person in the building, which is the vast majority of you that are left, that were tough enough to stay here. Understand that if we do not fund reserves, that doesn't mean we won't have expenses in the future. And while we have some healthy reserves on paper, that is not cash sitting in the bank account somewhere. So I just ask you to bear that in mind, that we can reduce this budget by a certain amount, and I will leave that to the committee to decide if you do want to make that decision tonight. But I will also ask those of you to reflect on that when we get to looking at future budgets, that it is imperative that we take the benefit of using the money and build up the reserve so that we're not facing this several years from now where things are breaking and we're paying top dollar. Case in point, when the boilers were first brought to us as a serious problem, it was $550,000. By the time we replaced them, because it was winter and one of the boilers was gone, it was over $720,000. That's our taxpayer money that got spent in less than an effective manner.
Might I ask a question, and I do apologize, I do know it's getting late hour, but I feel like, Commissioner Cushing, at one point, just recently mentioned that there's some discussion around a capital plan. I mean,
Which includes capital.
yes, okay, because, I think that especially with the age of the buildings, knowing what some of these things are in advance. In my mind, I may have mentioned this, maybe not to, but I serve on a board and it's a 90-unit apartment building in Brewer, the L&M Leach Home. And we are very focused on this is 30-year-old building. We need to have the capital plan. We need to know, okay, we just replaced the roof. Now, when does paving need to be done? When do windows need to be done? And there's actually a 2, 5, 10-year plan.
Yep.
Is that something that
That is our intention. We appointed 4 people last summer. We were just not prepared with data from our departments. The administrator at our request included a requirement for each department to provide a 5-year capital improvement replacement plan to the department. So that information is now available for the strategic planning committee to assess as they look things over. And there might be people in this room who agree with you on that. So we are now at the point where we are discussing Department 32, and what is your pleasure in regards to an amendment to that, if any?
I'm really sorry.
No.
I just, my suggestion would be is that we strike it from the 26th budget at this time. That would be my proposal.
So the full proposed reserves for buildings and
$120,000.
parking lots. 120.
What if you have a problem, you need some money for repairs?
We currently have reserves, Terry. This would be replenishing reserves on a regular basis,
So
but we
this
are.
One was It's just in case something goes wrong.
It is what we have diligently put aside every year, recognizing that park paving, probably close to half an acre of parking lots would not be cheap.
Why just pay for it?
Okay,
And $18,000 park.
and we also have in this building, we have, again, we are very grateful for what ARPA allowed us to do, because we spent of the monies that we received, probably close to $5 million on this building.
On our buildings, plural, yes.
Yep. So we are fortunate, but we don't want your future committees to be sitting here going, why didn't they put reserves in to replace the elevator? Or the boilers, or whatever that may be. So I recognize the point, and I think it's a valid one. Any further discussion?
Well, I think to your point there in apartment 8 buildings.
Uh-huh.
There are some lines for repair and maintenance and services. Some of those more finite details, so.
Those are the things we know of.
Well, I could say one more thing, you mentioned the capital improvement plan, I do have one, and it's been, it's a living document, it's gonna change daily. And, a huge piece of that is the jail. If we have to deal with this building, I have this plan. If we finally solve the problem and create a new facility, it changes the entire plan. I can tell you that between now and the time we have a new facility, that 1.1 million I have set aside, or the county has set aside, isn't enough to fix just a HVAC problem. The jail's HVAC system was beyond its useful life in the 90s. We're spending tens of thousands of dollars a year just keeping it somewhat functioning. The lines that I've increased in the budget for Department 8 are mostly repairs in the jail. About 90% of my repair money is spent in the jail. I'm fully aware of the situation, and that 120 will go away a little ways to making that a little bit of repair. My only concern is next year or the year after, we're gonna be asking to create that line again, stop putting some money aside, because that 1.1 million could disappear for the end of the year. In a worst case scenario.
I think that goes to reinforce the need of a new facility with more reliable, modern HVAC equipment.
Thank you. And we did reserve some of the remaining ARPA funds dedicated for that, but as you know, the clock's running, and at the end of 26, we were not to use that. It would be returned from the federal government. So Brian has been diligently working with our supplier to come up with plans. It's been going on for about 2 years now. And we appreciate that. It's just wading through everything we need to. So am I understanding that there is a motion ready to be made regarding Department 32?
I want a second.
Yeah, I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion to eliminate the reserve accounts in Department 32. I have a second. Do I?
Not the reserve account, just the budget.
Yeah, sorry, the budget, thank you.
Stipulate the amount.
That was my one day, I don't want to give you the thought.
The 120,000 is in the budget item.
That's very clear.
Yep.
To strike that, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of zeroing out Department 32 budget for 26, raise your hands. Any opposed? It is unanimous. Then you got the first and seconders.
We have one of those, yeah.
I'm sorry, we have one. Who did we have opposed, please?
No, I didn't oppose, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Ewing.
No,
We have one opponent. I think the guy was an engineer. I am now asking if there are other items on the consent agenda that the budget committee wishes to have removed for presentation and discussion. I will ask you in public services, we have already handled Department 10. Yeah,
Could we just discuss the donation section?
we can.
Is,
We can. In the donation section, which is on the back, we have outside agencies and donations. There are 5 items there. Is there a particular one you want to start? Okay,
Those are all flat funded from the previous year.
pardon me?
All donations are flat funded.
I believe we
One side was cut.
we took
One was cut.
in our review, we flat funded, but we reduced one of the line items. So if you are looking at, I assume, Councilor Mayor, you are looking at maybe the outside donations, program donations, 34, or are there other items you wish to consider first?
yes, Department 34, and there are some. I don't doubt that these are all amazing, and I certainly, I guess I would just like to have some discussion. And from the group, and to see if there's anything that we think that, you know, we could. Potentially. Adjust.
Yep, understood. Perhaps if it's your pleasure, we'll start with the larger ones first. You have in here, your larger items are, well, there are some highlighted because there were requests for increases. I believe if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Anthony, we zeroed out those and went with the prior year's amounts.
Right, with the
So-
one reduction.
So the largest one I see here first would be 22,500 for the Bangor Interlibrary Service, which delivers publications to various regional libraries.
Is that mostly postage?
No, I believe that's the band service that makes the delivery. If somebody,
The increase was specifically stipulated to transportation or mailing costs, yes.
and
I remember correctly.
we chose to stay with last year's funding at 22,500. Is there a consideration for a motion on the floor regarding that whole handle? Yes.
Just one, isn't that mostly for elderly and educational?
No, it's not stipulated.
It's not, where do you find that this library goes to?
I'm sorry?
Where do you find, where are they sending?
Well, that, from what I understand, this is the, this program is enjoyed by a lot of remote libraries who may not have access to, not just those, but any type of reading material that may be requested that is not available remotely, that may be available at the Bangor Library.
And that's a service our library just got done, and when they have a book club, they request 10 or 15 copies, and then they bring it out with their service.
That's a service a lot of the small libraries.
Yeah, from our understanding in reviewing this, it is a regional county benefit, so it's not indicative of just a small organization. Most of these things have some connotation, but certainly it's your discretion, your committee to decide how you would like to approach this. Would like to either make a motion on that or wait until we discuss the remaining program items, we can do that.
I know libraries are struggling to start, especially the small ones, they're really having a hard time.
Everybody's struggling.
Yeah.
Everybody's.
This is not about the value of the organization, it's the tough decisions we are all facing as to how to put certain things on the taxpayers. Okay, I'm gonna set that aside until we will. The other item in here below that, which is a little more, is the Orono Hazmat Team. For those of you who are familiar with this, it is a regional service provided by the Orono Fire Department. Hazardous material handling, their department is trained and they provide those mutual aid services to both. At least the green part of the county, I'm not sure if it covers the entire county, but it is a very valuable resource with any of the services that we have in Penobscot County.
And they're the only provider of that service. One of the things I looked at when I saw this, and I just spoke the other day, to, the Orono, town manager. I believe that, I'm sorry, the services. I'm not sure if they, the money we had set aside had even been planning for the last year, is that, let's see, who's.
That would be the administrator of finance that might be.
Scott, do you remember that?
Sorry, which one?
The Orono hazmat, did they access the amount of money that we set aside last year?
They're doing much better now. It was a couple of years ago. But I think I was telling you about that situation where.
It was an oversight that they didn't.
There was no, yeah, they thought they would just get it sent and normally we require an invoice to kind of.
So they have made access to those funds in the last couple of years?
Yes, you look at 25, they've received 20 of their 27 already.
The next item is the Bangor Area Recovery Network, which is dealing with services for those who are in recovery. That is a $20,000 amount that I think if I'm not mistaken, in 25, they did actually draw that. I'm not sure why there's a 0 in the trio. Maybe it's because it had not been written to them at that point in the year.
I'm thinking it was done after September. I think I reached out to finance to already all that check on. They get it straightened out.
Yep, there is a $12,000 here in the line for Arundel Wildlife Refuge, which is located, I believe, in the Orono Old Town area. They provide services to school children and citizens. Together Place.
Did they ask for fees when they take a class or something or something like that?
I believe there is a fee requested for those, but.
I think for, let's see, Laura, you're more familiar with this. You provide some that kind of information.
Yes, they do require a fee for, but a very minimal one. This subsidizes the, the programming. This is mostly used for, projects, in developing, more trails. They have, just recently put in a total, handicap, half-mile trail, which is really good. And they put in, last year, they used these funds to develop a children's trail across on another lot there.
What is their actual real source of their main source of funding?
Places like, this,
No federal, no state funding or anything like that?
no. MSAD 64 has their summer schools there. They instead of keeping, the students in a 100-degree classroom, they go there and do all their classwork outside.
The communities that have students utilizing that, do they contribute on behalf of their students to the regular operational things?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Do the municipalities whose students utilize facilities offered by Arundel, do they contribute to the financial underpinning of Arundel?
A very small, donations that
By the town or by the?
this MSA 64, the school district made a small donation.
Okay. Next item that is in that category was 15,000 request, which was cut back to last year's 10,000 from Together Place, which as I understand it is located in Union Street in Bangor and provides services for those in recovery. And then we had rate response services, which received 3,500. The Bangor Area Shelter, 15. And Pine Tree Hospice, 2,000, which this year we reduced to 1,500 in our final budget summary. So The total is $111,500 that is in the program budget. What is your pleasure?
I don't like this. Is there, could we have a conversation and see if, I mean, I feel like they're all great causes, so I don't feel like it's appropriate to just like pick and choose. But if we were to consider just looking at like the 5-year actual or 5-year budget, you know, and then everybody takes a little bit of a bite of that. I mean, they're all I mean, it's so difficult. We need the Bangor shelter, so maybe, you know, I don't know. I guess in that 5-year average, that would be the 15,000. And of course, recovery is super important, but we're giving $30,000 to the barn and to the Together Place, which are, you know, similar environments, peer-to-peer recovery.
We're gonna put a number around that 5-year budget average or 5-year actual average.
So I'm looking for most of the people,
As I first out there, Mr. Chairman, I know we don't get involved on the budget committee, but is it possible that we look at funding the barn, the other place for opiate funds, or funds that we receive in the county instead of through the funds?
That's certainly an option, but
Great suggestion.
it's ultimately our decision, will we take that out of the 400,000 like we gave them, or we take it out?
I would not take it.
Okay.
I would support.
So if somebody wanted to zero out you're saying the Together Place,
Together Boston, I think we could find that.
that would be $30,000 that I see.
$30,000 reduction, yeah. Maintain 81,500.
Is there a motion to that effect? Representative Dillon.
I would make that motion, but I would further say that it would be replaced by the opioid money.
Okay,
So that it's not a loss to them.
so we have
A motion.
the recommendation to the commission would be to use opioid money to supplant the budget money. Okay. So I have, I believe, a motion from Representative Hill, and I think the second from Representative O'Halloran to zero out.
What was the second one?
There you have Representative O'Halloran.
We have limitations, really. Well, these reports, no, they may be planning on something, so let's, I'm just gonna say this is good.
Yeah, that's another point. We can do a lot, yeah, we got a flexibility.
Information embracing the spirit of this health.
Yes.
So, yes, I
Will
do.
there be a conflict where these agencies are applying for a grant with the opioid funds at this, you know, at this
I
time?
think the spirit that I'm getting
This is
from
what we've just discussed.
these two gentlemen is that we would not reduce what is being considered for the 400,000 that the committee will be making recommendations on, that this would be outside of that 400,000, because we are not expending the full balance of the open field. So we have a motion to certain men. Yeah.
So I just might be not on the opioid decision making, but I'm on the committee. There are 30 different organizations that are put into that fund. They're all on board. All on board. But don't you think that it's critical that that money start with helping us fund the jail programs first before they go out? It doesn't make sense. We did this with ARPA funds, right? A lot of that ARPA funds come out. County do a nice job taking care of some of the county funds. But here's opiate funds, like all kinds of organizations that are reporting. But I hope that we are mindful that the county jail budget is paying for some opiate issues, medications and whatnot, that we should take care of first. So I just.
So, this is not directly germane to the motion on the floor, but it is informational. The motion on the floor is to zero out the recommended donations to the Bangor Area Recovery Network, the barn, at $20,000 and the $10,000 to Together Place. So, quick math, and to recommend to the commissioners that they replace it with an opioid money.
That was not my recommendation.
Okay.
I said, and replace it, not recommend to you. But I don't know if I can do this in the motion, but I would withdraw the vote that it's not directed to the commissioners that they will replace it with you.
That it is to be done.
What?
That it is to be done.
That it is to be done.
Yeah.
I believe that we have the informal consent of commissioners to do
Okay.
it. I'm just not sure that the motion can direct the use of opioid funds without us. So if you're comfortable with that, trust in the commissioners. I don't want.
I really want me to answer that. I've heard that it was public and then I've heard that.
I suspect that your trust in the commissioners is as strong as our trust in the legislature.
I would guess that's probably the truth.
So, we have a motion, you narrow those two items out and direct the commissioners to use opioid funds to replace those donations in this year. And motion is second, any further discussion? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Whitting. So my question is, when commissioners sit down to put these items on the budget, you consider the fact that some of Montauk County towns, at least those I represent, also fund with taxpayer, property taxpayer dollars, some of the same groups, and you take in consideration maybe what that total might be, what in or the group doing this.
We certainly do not have access to the full records of what is done, but we are anecdotally aware that they are not just coming to Montauk County for something. Some of us who have previously served on councils have struggled with this decision making. And it is one of the items that is particularly of interest to present to the new budget advisory committee so that we can get guidance from those people who ultimately pay them. Greater.
I would just leave this, my concern with this, has been for many years. Especially when I go to town meetings, towns that I might own property, but not allowed to vote. That groups like this are deciding for their property taxpayers how their charitable donations should be spent. I don't know if that's the role of the town council or the selectmen having a meeting vote where there is always some of the folks show up. So these items are on this list. I've seen in many of them because I know that some of the folks I represent show up that will receive benefits from, for instance, Pine Tree Hospice, who doesn't want to support them. But also the residents of towns that I represent, I'm paying property taxes to the town, and they are also going to pay property taxes to the county. Split this, whether they want to.
Not to put you in the spot, you have an amendment you would like to submit.
No, this is a point of discussion.
I think the minutes will try to reflect that there was deep discussion on program donations and we would ask the budget committee to consider this and report back to us in the future. Is
You were
that?
mentioning the advisory committee. Yes.
Thank you. Others who may wish to speak on the motion before us, which is to zero out those two items and bridge or direct the commissioners to supplant that with opioid money.
I guess just
Yes.
you can echo onto his point, some of these being Bangor area and Old Town area and Orno area sides of the county that it is. There's a lot of what's the total count of towns? 55 towns that get taxed to support, even though it may be small amounts. fund these charitable donations.
Would you like to make an amendment to the motion for us?
Nobody wants to be
Yeah,
thrilled.
yeah, nobody,
Somebody's trying to pull the trigger.
these are all, these,
Sit here and talk about.
these are
not
all,
making a decision.
these are all great programs, and I would encourage each and every one of these programs to seek funding wherever they need to seek funding from, but right now, we're here discussing the county budget. And if each of these fundings needs to go to their host community to seek funding, or to go to a private entity to seek funding, then I would encourage that. But I'm going to reluctantly make an amendment to the motion on the floor to strike this entire program donations number 34.
Okay, I have a motion, is there a second to that motion? Well, we need a second if we're going to discuss.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, for discussion, we have a second, your question.
I have an issue with the response and or.
If I may take everyone off the hook here a little bit, we are not in possession of appropriate information tonight to make the type of measured discussions that you would like to make. I would ask you to reflect on that and then decide what priorities tonight you feel we need to work on, because we could spend another 2 hours with this, and we're talking about maybe $100,000, 81,000.
And
And I get that does it seem like it's a lot of money, but I am going to say that I agree that there are other places. We are going to be pricing elderly out of their homes by this increase, and so I feel terrible I feel terrible that we're in this situation, but I feel as though I am in agreement with municipalities, other nonprofit organizations. I think that they're all amazing causes, and I dread saying that we shouldn't to one or another. But we are literally going to price seniors out of our community. And I feel like that is my responsibility to bring that forward and chew me up.
So we have an amendment we are dealing with first, Representative Gill.
And I guess as I look at that, the way I started out this evening, I said, where are we gonna find $1 million? And if we're going to take 2,000, 1,500, then I'm gonna vote against this budget, because that means I think we should go over and start all over. Just to take little pieces like this out, we need to find some bigger pieces elsewhere.
I agree.
In other places, because I don't wanna vote against these little pieces like
I
this.
understand that. This is not an easy
I know it's not easy, but I'm saying, I've been going along, I didn't, and it's my own fault, I mean, I could have spoken out probably in some places. But, if we're gonna do little things like this, then I want to go back over the budget and look at some bigger things. That's just what I'm saying.
Councilor Ham.
I just would like to. In our town, we have stopped funding anything except town expenditures. Because there's so many people that would come to you for money and for donations that you get into these lists and they get longer and longer, so we don't do that anymore. We have one that's left, that's gonna get some issue.
Thank you. Others?
Town Hall doesn't do that anymore either. We fund none of them except for the Holland Historical Society, which took over our old town hall. And in order to keep them going, so that doesn't come back on us, we give them $2,000. We don't fund any of the other charities.
Others that wish to comment on the amendment, which would be to strike the entire program donation.
A second.
That was Mayor Moore in that second. Okay, are we prepared for the vote?
Tell us again what the vote is.
The vote is to strike the entire program donation from this year's budget. That would include all of the items currently before us.
Yes.
So we have that amendment.
That total is $111,500.
as it stands now, and that is the amendment to the motion. If this fails, we will still go to the motion to remove that 30,000. Nobody's gonna like me, we're going to do a roll call vote.
You didn't start with me, aren't you?
Yep,
I'm gonna vote yes.
Yes.
yes,
No.
No. Yes.
just to make sure you,
There.
Counselor?
Yes.
Yes. No. Yes.
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 What is our count, please? I have had. Okay, the amendment passes, we are now. The motion in essence will be to eliminate the program portion, so you are voting a second time. Mayor Moore, what did you vote?
Voting again. Yes.
You would be voting yes to validate the amendment, which would eliminate the program. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the motion as amended.
Yes, the amendment now is striking the entire donation portion.
Yes.
We voted on the amendment to the motion, which is now going to, in essence, accomplish the motion, but add to it everything else. So everything that you see before you on that department will be zeroed out, because the amendment was to eliminate everything. The original motion was to eliminate only the 30,000. But now with the amendment, you're going again to eliminate that entire portion of the budget. No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 What do we have for council? 94.
Now. Let me, maybe I've been on a parliamentary session more. But the motion here that they voted on was to eliminate all of the. It was to reaffirm the previous motion, so that I would assume that those who voted in the affirmative on the first motion would vote affirmative on the second motion. No, but I'm saying, I'm assuming that it was their intention. Okay, I'm clear that everybody understands.
I'm not really sure.
So what you have done by this vote is to eliminate the entire department of area tourism. Yep. The program donations.
Yep.
Zero. All right. Yes.
Is it? Yeah, the Oregon hazmat, I mean, they go up to Stacyville when there's another zone. They go to Lincoln quite often, those situations, that much.
So you have zeroed out program donation. Is there any motions regarding Department 34 that anyone would like to present?
I move that we continue Department 34 because it is a safety issue for the whole community.
Well, that's not Department 34.
I mean, not Department 34, the Orono hazmat.
So we have a new motion to fund the Orono hazmat at what level?
We all want.
No, we've already done that.
Last year's level.
Which is?
1,000? 22,200.
So Orono hazmat in 2025 received $27,000. Is the intent of your motion to add $27,000 into Department 34 again to fund Orono hazmat?
Yes.
Do I have a second to that? I have a second. Is there any discussion regarding that item?
I have a question. Is that an emergency service that can be billed similarly to like EMS for their?
I believe Director Fox, our EMA director, is more familiar with this than I am.
So in certain circumstances, they do bill the, the spiller for whatever, but in not all cases are they able to recover the full cost.
And this is
And a lot of their equipment has expirations on it. So just because it's not expended in a mission, it has shelf life. So the 22 or whatever the figure was, certainly does not cover all the costs involved in the work that they do. And they are a county regional asset, they are a regional asset that supports the entire county.
There are no limits as to any community within Penobscot County would call them, they would be at their call.
Yeah, they would consider the mission and, you know, there's no limitation as far as
I
territory.
think they also looked to Worcester County, they're the
For
only.
sure, yeah.
They're the only hazmat organization of all of northern Maine.
At the capacity, at the capability level, for sure.
They're funded only by donations.
No, not.
It is a portion or a subset of the Oregon Fire Department that has the training, has the equipment to do it.
But they're not funded only by the donations.
My understanding is within the Orono public safety budget. But this is a contribution that allows them to provide a wider coverage of mutual aid than they might typically be able to do.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think as a gentleman of Power 34 as well as where we're at right now. I mean, I think a lot of these agencies that got funding would have been here tonight to make the case, you know, and I think some might make it a legitimate case. But in the 25 years ago, we had this meeting over Sudan. In last years, we didn't need to. And I get the sense that a lot of people like to have some time to make a bigger impact on the budget. I would recommend, if the committee's amenable to it, adjourning and reconvene the first week of December. And I think that will give us the county time. If people, I just see some energy in the room where people would like to maybe make a more impactful.
Mr. Atkins and Mr. Lamb, when do we have to have a decision to have this properly work?
Technically, I believe it's 15 days before the end of the year. It's to have the public hearing. But if that doesn't happen, then you just go on a budget, your same budget into the next year, but if you fix it, then. You know, I guess if you go beyond that and you fix it, I'm not so sure there's much of an issue. But if you don't come up with a budget, you go to the next year in current budget.
So what would be the process if we were likely recess and adjourn, right? Because we can't adjourn without. They just fill in our duties here.
Without a date specific.
I appreciate that, thank you.
So it's that kind of some of the.
Yeah, I think you're. That's.
Brad. So I am available on the second.
Unavailable?
Unavailable, I would be available on the first. Okay.
It's just something for town.
I think we all realize what's going to happen, or maybe we could be, if we're talking about something, probably not big enough for us.
We get across that.
If we raise the gathering. I just want, I know it's late, I know this will be difficult discussion.
Yep. And I think this speaks to why this should be more of a process than a one night thing, and I think this should be broken up into several sessions moving forward, whether it be quarterly or 5 meetings for the course of 2 months leading up to whatever date needs to be, whether it's still in December or in June.
So we're talking right now.
I know, yeah.
A recess, like early meeting, I think these are valid points. I don't want to discredit any of it, but somebody needs to keep us on task.
So I would propose that we
Well, first off, we have a motion on the floor, so I need to take one.
What's the motion on the floor right now?
The motion is to add $20,000 back into Department 34 in regards to. 27, I'm sorry, thank you.
And, Mr. Benjamin, that's been moved and seconded.
Yes,
We can do it.
so I need a motion to table that if we're going to take something else up. Do I have a motion to table?
Move table.
I have a motion to table, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So we have Representative Gill and Councilor Hannington. On table, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
What a clarification, table to the next meeting?
No,
No.
I didn't say that. Said table. If this were to continue tonight, you can take it back off.
Okay,
Otherwise, we'll be up to the chair to take it off and go over next week.
gotcha, thank you.
Okay, so we are tabling this motion. Thank you. All those in favor, raise your hand. You have a point, sir?
A motion to adjourn is in order at any time. It can be, well, it's typically used under Robert rules to end the meeting. It can be used to postpone discussion to allow the further delivery.
Thank you for your clarification on that. Okay. So at this point, we are discussing a future date in which we will either recess or adjourn depending upon what the motion is.
I would make a motion to adjourn, so, and we reconvene. Just in December 11th.
I love that date.
So when you're scheduled December 11th,
Well, you weren't available.
I'm not available the 2nd through the 5th. I am available the 1st, 8th, 9th, 10th myself, but that's just me.
Can you Zoom?
Good.
And I think for the commission, none of us have a vote, so it's not critical, I don't think it's nice that you can be here, it's not critical the way we do it.
Yeah.
I think it's talking to so. If he's available.
If he's willing to come back.
Will they come back? So much fun.
So at this point, we are asking for the date. How many people could make it on the 2nd, the night of the 2nd? Of December.
I can't make it.
Indicated. Could.
Oh, could.
I mean, we have a meeting on the night of the 3rd.
I can do the 3rd.
How many people can make it on the night of the 4th?
Oh, I think it's. Yeah, everything got with the date.
The 8th. December 8th. December 9th.
Which will be gone the 9th until the MCC.
Thank you, that's correct, neither the 9th, I'm thankfully grateful. Okay?
Voting on it then?
No, we're not voting, I'm just taking a poll. 10, 11.
I guess.
Who cannot make it on December 11th?
That's your highest vote so far.
Yeah, well,
I always have to escape from the board meeting, right?
if you feel, okay, so Mayor, we've got a date that seems to work for the majority of
So
the.
anybody that couldn't,
Who could not make it on the 10th? The 11th, with due respect to officials, is the date that seems most likely.
I will do something first. You can have that date.
Oh, yeah, we need that date. Okay, I'll ask you again. That is a Monday night, I'm looking for a certain council in the room that have.
And you said you're on the 2nd.
Saturday, to the 5th. We can meet Saturday and 6th if you guys want to give your Saturday. We'll buy lunch. We can. Okay, all right, let's go back to the 11th.
There's the 11th.
Thursday, the 11th, is there a motion on the floor to adjourn to that day?
The time.
I'll be 5. He says.
Right. 5 o'clock on the 11th. Have a motion, do I have a second? Vote. We tell them specific dates. All right, I'll give you that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Those in favor of the 11th of December and starting at 5 o'clock. Great, thank you for that. Bear in mind what we're dealing with now. Is what's on this agenda that we have not voted on, which is everything under the consent agenda except for the items that you took out, which would be Department 10. Department 32, and I believe 8 was covered in that as well, Brian. Although we did not vote on it.
I don't know about 8. We did talk about 32, okay.
Building improvements. We took out Department 7. And we took out. You got it. Programs, sorry. Program, which would be not included. Bill.
I would assume that once we come back, everything's still valid. Anything else on the vote on.
You're on the prevailing side, which most everyone was, you can move to reconsider. Thank you.
One
We should publish that. So we are agreeing. With that, you will adjourn tonight meeting. Be on the 11th. Make sure that you.
Here, Canada.